This is me, sitting on the stage of the Chaos Communication Congress 2025 in Hamburg, one of the world's biggest hacking conventions. Something is about to happen that neither the journalists I spoke with nor the Congress organizers are aware of. The three white supremacy websites I just talked about, White Date, White Child and White Deal, go offline. Now, more than 2 weeks later, they are still offline. No, this didn't happen live on stage, and no, it wasn't a moment straight out of a hacker movie. It was mostly timing, a bit of performance, and things that were already unfolding in the background. So how did we get here? To answer that, we have to go back a few months. Dating apps are available for almost everyone. Jewish dating apps like JDate, Muslim platforms like Musmatch, Christian dating apps, Black dating apps, Asian dating apps. They're usually built around shared culture, religion, or lived experience. At least that's the idea. A few months ago, I found a dating site that presented itself exactly like that. But it absolutely isn't. On the surface, White Date calls itself an ethno-cultural dating platform. Tradition, family, shared heritage. But underneath, it's something else entirely. It's a white supremacy website. In fact, it's a whole network of them. White Date isn't about people preferring to date within their own background. Nobody cares about that. The problem starts where preference turns into ideology. Rather than being based on religion or culture, this platform is centered around race. Rather than promoting compatibility, it encourages worldview. Rather than fostering connection, it normalizes hate speech and conspiracy narratives. Users are casually introduced to ideas such as white genocide, the notion that white people are being systematically replaced. They are also introduced to anti-Semitic conspiracy theories about Jewish control over the media, politics and finance. The language used is borrowed straight from extremist forums and has been softened just enough to be considered discussion. This isn't just filtering gone wrong. This is extremist propaganda embedded within a dating app. What appears to be a niche alternative to Tinder is actually a global far-right ecosystem with thousands of users across the US and Europe. Loneliness is being monetized. Hate speech is normalized. Criminal ideas are shared behind profile pictures and heart emojis.
Who built the castles and wrote the symphonies, I always say. It was always the white people. And the others, they just latch on and want to use all of that, acting as if it were their own achievement. But in the end, they're just feeding off the creative power of the European peoples.
Yes, and if we simply no longer exist for whatever reason, whether it's mixing or not having children, then that's it.
That's also, it's like soaring off the branch you're sitting on. So White Deal, it's a freelancer platform for white freelancers, meaning white providers of services, online or offline. White ChildNet is a comprehensive digital platform in Dusk designed for users, for two parties. In this process, one specific party involved can choose to donate vital biological contributions like sperm and eggs, while on the opposite side of the arrangement, the recipients, who are white of course, are those individuals and couples who are actively seeking such medical donations because they are currently struggling with various forms of infertility. Of course, German culture is outstanding, but it was also created by white people. And when a non-white person comes in and says, yes, I'm black, but I speak low German and that's why I belong here, that's not true. And even with a German passport or an English passport, a non-white person will never be European, never be white. And we need to be clear about that. Because being patriotic national does not mean being racially exclusive. Ultimately, it's about loyalty, and from the Jews and also the half-Jews, even the quarter and even eighth Jews, we can no longer expect 100% loyalty to our white interests. And some will probably never understand that what is happening here is a race war. And yes, of course, that sounds crazy.
This is Liv Heide, or rather, this is what she calls herself. She presents herself as a thinker and a cultural guardian, the woman behind White Date, White Child and White Deal. Later in this video I reveal who she really is. For now, what matters is the ideology she publicly promotes. Liv's favorite concept is something she calls Europits. According to her, Europits are the smartest, most naturally superior survivors of the Ice Age, descendants of Cro-Magnon men. She deliberately avoids using the word Caucasian, she says, because that would include Jews and Turkish people. It's old-school racism from the 1930s, repackaged as modern identity politics. It sounds scientific, it isn't. Cheekbones do not determine intelligence. Skin color does not determine morality. DNA does not care where your grandparents were born. But pseudoscience does not need to be true. It just needs to sound convincing enough to justify exclusion and hierarchy. And then there's my favorite part, the registration warning on white date. It says, adding personal contact details and social media profiles is against our terms. It would harm our business and expose your data to spammers, prostitutes, data collectors and infiltrators, anti-white journalists and fads, who, despite our extensive filtering and security measures, still manage to get in. So they warned users about so-called anti-white infiltrators. It felt less like a warning and more like a challenge. So I sent one in. Actually, not just one, several. I sent several AI bots into the site. They were carefully prompted, closely supervised and intentionally boring. They didn't argue, provoke or radicalize anyone. They just existed. And then the first bot got banned. Why? Because I poked around in every text field I could find. And that poking broke the bot's profile completely. Pictures disappeared, messages vanished, settings reset. Then I got an email explaining my account was banned. So I simply wrote the support. They said there were suspicions that I'm a bot and that the user needs to be white verified. I had to upload a video of myself holding an email address in front of the camera, which I did within 15 minutes using a deepfake software. Once verified, I asked if they could just delete my account because my profile was broken, which they directly did. A premium membership for 3 months because of all the trouble included. Yes, they literally upgraded a broken AI profile to full paid status while insisting it was a verified white user. It is exactly the kind of absurd bureaucratic farce that makes you question whether these people are dangerous or just spectacularly incompetent. And then Leo appeared. A user started messaging the bot asking if it wanted to meet someone in real life. He even suggested bringing Liv Hyde along. Apparently he wanted to brag that he knew her. I thought, bingo! We arranged a meeting at Hermannshöhe, a semi-famous restaurant on the northern German coast. Naturally, the bot did not show up, but I did. And I watched as they arrived, and I followed their wannabe Aryan or Europid, whatever, road trip through Travemünde, a Viking village and other spiritual and neo-Nazi sightseeing spots. The whole thing was a living postcard of terrible taste and emotion. After they stepped out of the car in a quiet suburb of Kiel, I looked up public records, and the trademark White Deal was tied to a company officially registered in France, but the owner's current address? That very house in Kiel. Suddenly it became clear. I never had to leave my basement. All the critical pieces, the alias, the company, the trademark, even the physical location were sitting there in plain sight. Meanwhile, on the site, users whispered about anti-white spies and secret investigators, paranoia online, transparency in the real world. Because of a trademark. Lol. I continued to gather more data on the site, and the irony became impossible to ignore. Let's just say the ideological ambition did not match the infrastructure. The site felt like someone installed WordPress in 2012 and then decided that security was a left-wing concept. Profile photos with intact EXIF data, GPS coordinates, timestamps, bathroom selfies broadcasting exact locations to the world. The user base in October 25, about 4,000 users in the US, hundreds more in Europe, 12% women, the remaining 88%, and no, we still don't know if that is intentional, were men. Men paying to feel chosen, love, locked behind a paywall. Then the story breaks. The German site publishes it, Swiss VOZ covers it, German Stern TV sends journalists undercover with hidden cameras to date some racists, and what happens? More users sign up. Every time the public looked closer, the platform grew. Visibility alone didn't weaken it, it validated the people, already lurking. The websites were fully anonymous, no imprint, no owner, no transparency. Hate speech and conspiracy theories everywhere, officially classified as digital extremism, and still online. The authorities tried, sort of. The German intelligence agency searched for Liv Hyde. They found the wrong one. Not the woman running the racist platforms, but an actual romance novelist with the same name who had nothing to do with any of this. What happened next? They called her employer, and she lost her job. Apparently that counts as law enforcement. Anonymity plus bureaucratic failure equals extremist networks operating almost unchecked. So I am happy with those websites being shut down. If and how they come back will show if the fact that they have been shut down was good or bad. At this point, especially in the context of the C3, it feels appropriate to say something about ethics. No one here is claiming moral authority. What is clear, however, is that society has no effective answers for how hate, conspiracy theories, and digital extremism spread. The internet, which made nearly every piece of information accessible, has become an epicenter of misinformation. People fall for Pizzagate, QAnon, chemtrails, and flat earth debates. Facts are overtaken before anyone can even blink, and frustration is displaced downwards onto those already marginalized, rather than addressing the structural issues behind societal failure. Meanwhile, social networks are exploited to influence real-world events. Think Cambridge Analytica and election interference, demonstrating that this is far from harmless eccentricity. In general, we should act responsibly in digital spaces, avoid harm, respect others, and only interfere when there's a meaningful reason. In the digital world, responsibly exposing or shutting down networks that spread hate, conspiracy theories, and extremist coordination can be considered a form of civic responsibility, a practical application of democratic principles. It ensures public spaces are accountable, harmful ideologies cannot operate entirely in secret, and journalists, researchers, and society can observe what is actually happening. That a person in a pink Power Ranger costume ended up nudging this forward is absurd, but sadly illustrative of the state of things. The websites White Date, White SHILL, and White Deal were highly questionable at best, probably illegal, operated anonymously and with almost no oversight. Data published on okstupid.lol consisted only of content already publicly visible on the platforms and conversations with my AI personas. All other private information, including messages between real users, IP addresses, and other sensitive data, was not released publicly. It was shared only with trusted journalists and researchers via DDoSsecrets.com, a platform specialized in responsibly hosting sensitive leaked datasets. This transparency allowed further investigative work. Journalists identified additional politicians active in these networks. Several people wrote me that they reported suspected illegal activity to authorities using the exposed dataset. In context, these sites were not critical infrastructure and had limited relevance even within the radical right. They primarily served a subgroup drawn to a mix of pseudo-scientific racism, conspiracy theories, and nostalgic far-right ideology. Exposing them or shutting them down did not harm anyone. It only forced participants to confront the public consequences of their beliefs. Ultimately, these platforms were not dating sites. They function as hubs for hate speech, conspiracy theories, and ideological coordination. Participation on them was inherently political.
Yo, what's going on, Goblin Gang? I usually don't. I try not to play the full video when I do these intro things because I think it's nice if maybe I can show something on here and maybe somebody sees it and they're like, oh, that seems cool. I'm not subscribed to them. Let me go watch it. There's only a minute left though, so maybe we may as well finish it. But isn't this fucking sick? I love this video. I've watched this video like probably 4 times now. This came out like last week, I guess. Martha Root, I guess, is like a hacker or something like that. Chaos Communication Congress. Let's just finish it up. I'm also so getting into the fucking background music. Yeah. It is like raving music, definitely.
This is probably a good place to stop for now. The sites are currently offline, and we don't want to ruin the magic. Some good news: someone reached out to me and thoughtfully redesigned OkStupid, resulting in a much more user-friendly interface. Credit where it's due. Thank you for the work. Part 2 will show how I got...
They hacked White Date and released everyone's data and then changed it to a site called OkStupid.
User-friendly interface. Credit where it's due. Thank you for the work. Part 2 will show how I got the data in the first place, which vulnerabilities were found, how they were disclosed, and what was actually inside the dataset shared with journalists and researchers. It may take some time until Part 2 is published to keep the suspense, the magic, and the full story intact. For now, remember, this isn't about white people.
Oh shit, I didn't even notice that. That's so true. It's 13 minutes and 37 seconds exactly. Delete hacksaws. Oh, all you young rapscallion whippersnappers don't even know about that, about leet speak. You don't even know about leet speak.
Dating white people. It's about how that narrative is used as a cover to spread hate, racism, and conspiracy. And how, as this case shows, even the most secretive networks can trample with a bit of curiosity, creativity, and trolling.
Hell yeah. So sick. Anyway, yeah, definitely like check this person out. They just started their YouTube channel. It's funny. It says they have 8 videos up here, but then when I look at it, they only have 2. Are they hacking? Do I gotta hack to even watch the videos? Excuse me. Yeah, the other video she has up is like an English translation of the full presentation that she did. Or actually, I'm not 100% sure what their pronouns are, so maybe I'll just default to they them. But so sick. Oh my god, that's got to be super satisfying. I don't know. I think Stubbins, if Stubbins is here, I saw Stubbins earlier. Stubbins was saying they know about this conference. I mean, I don't even know what it is. I just saw this video. There was some kind of, I guess, hacker conference or something like that. Anyway, I don't know. Yeah. Oh, you remember everybody saying that old school Counter-Strike? There you go. You're 03 and you know. Oh, damn. Okay. All right. We got a child prodigy. Prodigy over here. So Leet 1337. Leet. The Leet Hacksaws. And then like X mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, 1, exclamation mark. I still always throw in a 1 when I do lots of exclamation marks in a row. Was that a part of Leet Speak? I feel like it was. It's been a while. Gang. What's going on, everybody? Thanks for tuning in. Oh, fuck, he's gloving. Oh, yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, I got my rave days. I don't like to say my rave days are behind me. I would go to another rave. I hope I do. I would hate to think that I'm never going to go to another rave in my life. Look at the how I got the lights set up in here. You think I don't dream of the raves? I used to go to these like dubstep parties in Toronto where there'd be like this big building where there'd be 3 rooms with like stages and stuff going on at the same time. And there'd be one room with like a big ass stage. There'd be like fucking loud like dubstep DJs. I remember one time a bunch of like these massive Japanese drums got wheeled in. These like those big like sideways kind of drums that like people hit with like massive things, and they were like playing that along with the dubstep and shit. And then there's another room that was like fucking what was the fucking third room? I never really went in there. It was, I guess, I don't know, it was like Psy Wave or some genre of like EDM that I don't really remember. But then the other room that I liked, I would basically go back and forth between the dubstep room, and then I go to the other room that was the trance, what's the one, ambient kind of music. And they would have like, that one was like a chill room, and they'd be playing trance, they'd be like a DJ and stuff, but it was all really chill. And they used to, like, a few times I went there, not every time, but a few times, they had this big bowl, probably like 10 feet in diameter, I want to say. I might be exaggerating in my memory, but I'm pretty sure it was like 10 feet wide. This huge bowl full of these little wooden shaped blocks. Like, what are, you know those blocks that you play with when you're a kid? Pattern blocks, are they called? Oh, geez. Pattern blocks. Let me see if I can pull this up here. Oh, yeah. They are called pattern blocks. Yeah. So here. This shit. Remember these things? I don't know if you guys had these. I had these in my classroom in growing up, first grade, second grade. And it'd just be like this big ass fucking table with this huge bowl, and then a bunch of like people who were, in some kind of altered state, listening to this ambient like trance and making these like little like Mandelas with this stuff. So fun. Oh, I went to a bunch of those shits. God, I miss that life. Whatever. Hey, you're never too old. Although you should maybe be going a little bit of everything in moderation. Okay? Including moderation. That's what I always like to say. Yeah. That one looks like a goblin. Nice. Guys, I don't know. I'm okay. I have like a whole freaking thing all prepped for this stream. Hope we're ready. Oh, damn, you went to a rave in an abandoned warehouse in Chicago. It was an anarchist rave. It had an orgy floor. Cool. That's pretty cool. In an abandoned warehouse. Okay. Well, I hope they at least scrubbed it down. Beforehand, I mean. Doesn't necessarily sound sanitary. But that's cool. That does sound cool. Every part of that sounds cool. Stubens, what's up? This year's Chaos Communication Congress was extra. I usually watch a couple. I watched like half this year. There are some others that might be interesting. I'll post some later. Oh, cool. Okay. Are you a hacker, Stubens? I guess you kind of are like a sort of a hacker. What is the Chaos Communications Congress? Is that a hackathon or something? I don't know. Seems cool. I'm not sure. See, this is. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. I miss raving too. COVID ruined it for me because it made me realize how ravers didn't actually care for each other as much as was said. I had a weirdly similar experience during COVID, but I'm not going to blame that on the rave. But I did have a bunch of ravers kind of. I mean, I don't know. A lot of the ravers are kind of like hippie types and skeptical of vaccines, and that has always been the case. A lot of hacker stuff is privacy oriented. It's a lot of things. Oh, okay. Hell yeah. Plur, peace, love, unity, respect. Is there another R? Oh God. Jeez. I don't even know. Listen, I don't know. I'm a poser. What's Plurr? Oh, oh, there's two. Oh, responsibility. Okay. That's like the more grown up version of the one I knew. Peace, love, unity, respect, and responsibility. Excuse me. There's a T now? What's the T? Trans? Is that why they hate it in Britain? Turf Island? So what do they call it now? Plurt? Oh, I love juggalos. I see. Okay, joke. I see. I got you. PLUR without the T, huh? My goal in life is to one day attend the gathering of the juggalos. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but I would love to go to that shit. Jugglers are cool. Plurt's hilarious. It is weird, the proximity of hippie, crunchy, and reactionary libertarian alt-right. That is weird. Libertarians are it's like and I'm going to be talking about this a little bit more later, maybe. But libertarians are kind of like the door opening for the counterculture to be reactionary right-wing people. I mean, anybody can be reactionary, anybody can be right-wing, but libertarians get to be right-wing and also like kind of a little bit punk rock too, They get to be like, fuck the government. But all other systems of oppression are sick, They get to hate the government. So they're not always super popular among, I don't know, the mainstream media. There's a picture of the Gauge with a guy carrying a muffler that is in the same space as the Mona Lisa in my brain. I don't know what you mean by that. The Gauge? G-O-J? Gauge? Should I know what that is? All right. So gang, I got a whole thing. I'm like, I'm sort of putting it off right now, but I feel like maybe should we just get into it? I have a whole thing. I'm getting really into what am I getting really into? A little thing that I like to call obsidian. Wow, obsidian. Got this big old timeline, actually. This one's sort of arranged by time, from left to right, left being the most early in time, right being the most late in time, I guess. I don't know. And I wanted to kind of like explore this little thing with you guys. This has been my, I guess, hyperfixation this last week. I'm sure a lot of you guys remember this video we watched the other day of Alex Jones. And I've been sort of like thinking about it and like turning it over in my head and being like, I feel like there's a lot more I could dig into about this. And it turned out, as maybe you can see from the vastness of this obsidian board, yeah, there is a lot more to this. So here we go. Honestly, Alex Jones is not that involved in this whole thing. Well, no, he is, but it's a bigger picture than that. Okay, so let's watch this.
I wanted to draw a picture for listeners out there, a very simple, crude picture that describes effectively the false left-right paradigm.
All right, so no, get out of here. I was just hitting pause. Chill out, Vimeo. Did you see that? It's like, whoa, don't go yet. Wait, maybe you'll want to come back later. Yeah, this guy cognitively maps. Yeah, this video, he's sort of, I'm not going to play the whole thing because it's so repetitive. He says the same thing a million times. But he's talking about the left and right and how that's all fake. I'll play a little bit just so you get the idea.
The Republican Party props up the Democratic Party, and the Democratic Party props up the Republican Party. If you had one of the political parties standing on its own, when the wind came along, it would just fall over.
Okay, I don't need to play the full thing. You get the idea. He's saying that basically, like, you know, Overton Windows shit, Chomsky manufacturing consent shit. There's an acceptable spectrum of thought and, you know, beliefs that the media tells us is true, and anything outside of that acceptable spectrum is considered extreme, even if the majority of the citizens of America believe this thing. It's still considered extreme. Like something like Medicare for all would be an example I would use. Probably wouldn't be one Alex Jones would use, but I do agree with what he's saying there. Sort of. I think he's expressing it in a dumb way, but yeah. So that's what this fucking like image is. It's the two parties leaning against each other, and what that does is they pretend to fight, but really they are mostly aligned in a lot of important ways. I wouldn't say every way. I think there are a lot of like substantial ways that the two parties are not aligned. But as far as the elite scale, things that affect the people who actually, you know, rule, they are in complete alignment. And that's why he puts the little Illuminati eye on top of that, because it props up the elites. And honestly, I don't think that's a terrible way of putting it. All right. So I'm skipping ahead to where he actually says something here. So I'm skipping. He just basically repeats that again and again and again. Let's go.
Out, folks. Why do you see so many leftists who mean well, like Rage Against the Machine?
This is the part I was like, this is the part I couldn't get out of my head. I could not get this out of my head. Because he's talking about leftists the way that I sort of think about like Alex Jones and like people who watch InfoWars and kind of the conspiratorial right wing. You know, like I have friends who are kind of like right wing leaning and like very conspiratorial. And I agree with them on so much until it gets to a certain point. So I'll just let him talk.
Check it out, folks. Why do you see so many leftists who mean well, like Rage Against the Machine, Tom Morello, or Henry Rollins, who are right on so many issues but then believe in leftist policies? We need a global carbon tax. But there's an elite funding that. No, the elite, the big corporations.
Okay, I should also say this video is from 2008. So this is from before the election of Obama and McCain. They're running against each other. And yes, Alex Jones' knowledge of leftists is just rock bands. He's like, why do so many leftists who are otherwise so cool? Rage Against the Machine, Tom Morello, who's a guy from Rage Against the Machine. Henry Rollins, a Black Flag guy. And it's just like, oh, the audio for the biz is a little bit loud. Okay. Should I turn, maybe I'll turn up my mic actually. Check. That's still not very loud, is it? Sorry, gang. I must have adjusted this during the week somehow and I forgot. Hello, check. Whoa. Bop. Okay. All right, we're okay. I think that's good. And then how's this?
Are against it because the media advertise.
That feels more in line, right? But okay. But yeah, it's funny because you can imagine like, you know, Rage Against the Machine has that classic song, you know, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Like Alex Jones probably loves that shit, right? And he's like, oh man, why don't they agree with me on all this shit? But I want to point out the example he gives here.
Tom Morello or Henry Rollins, who are right on so many issues but then believe in leftist policies. We need a global carbon tax. but there's an elite funding that. No. The elite, the big corporations are against it because
Global carbon tax is what he specifically calls out. And I do want to point out, I looked up all three of these guys. And hey, I don't know. DuckDuckGo, whatever, Google, it doesn't find everything. But I could not find, I tried for at least like 10 minutes to find anything about any of these three talking about a carbon tax. None of them have ever, as far as I know, and I could be wrong, as far as I know, none of them have ever even mentioned the carbon tax. So, okay, so that's just not true what he's saying. But I think he just means like they're in favor of whatever, like cutting greenhouse gas emissions, or like they believe in global warming, basically. All right, sorry, continue, Alex. Sorry to interrupt.
the media advertises that big corporations and oil companies are against it. Henry Rollins doesn't know, doesn't have the documents. It doesn't understand that actually that's part of a sophisticated game that, the big corporations say publicly, we don't want this, it's bad, while they actually fund it. They know.
Okay. All right. You hear that? So Henry Rollins, Tom Morello, and Tom Morello's band, Rage Against the Machine, they all talk about carbon taxes. And they don't realize, and they mean well. Like, they actually mean well. They're cool guys. Like, Alex Jones is kind of being like, trying to reach across the aisle here and be like, no, I like them. They're good and they mean well. I don't think they're evil. I don't think they're like demonic Babylonian shapeshifters or whatever. Like, I think they're cool. But, God, they are just so captured by the fucking elite consent manufacturing machine. They don't realize that actually the elite want a carbon tax. They want there to be like punishment for like using too much carbon or whatever. This is what he's saying.
Public's awake to the fact that they're corrupt, so the public will be fooled and go and support the agenda. It's please don't throw me in the briar patch. It's the old briar rabbit situation.
All right, I think that's all we need to watch of this today. But it's please don't throw me in the briar patch. I didn't know what that meant. I was like, please don't throw me in a briar patch. Briar rabbit. What the fuck is that? And I looked up. This is a thing. It's not briar rabbit. It's brer, which I believe is short for brother. Yes, there is a. I guess this is like an old American folktale or something like that, or maybe it's from Africa, like a Nazi kind of legend or whatever. But it's like an animal kind of, I guess, a fable or something like that. There's an animated version of this from one of the most racist Disney movies, Song of the South, if not the most racist Disney movie. But I decided not to play you guys that clip. So I'll just kind of tell you the story. So Brer Fox had caught Brer Rabbit, and this time Brer Fox said he was going to cook Brer Rabbit and eat him up for good. Brer Rabbit was mighty scared. He begged, "Oh, Brer Fox, I don't care what you do with me so long as you don't throw me in that briar patch over there. Go on and barbecue me up, Brer Fox, but please don't throw me in that briar patch." Brer Fox said he was going to roast him anyhow, but when he went to hang Brer Rabbit up over the fire, he thought he didn't have any string to tie him up with. "Well, I guess I can't roast you," Brer Fox said. "I guess I'll have to drown you instead." They go back and forth a few times. He's like, "I'll kill you like this." And he's like, "No, please, don't do that. Oh, but, oh, yeah, no, actually, he goes, "I'll kill you like this." And then Brer Rabbit's like, "Oh, good, please kill me like that. But whatever you do, don't throw me in a freaking briar patch." And then, eventually, Brer Fox is like, "You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to throw you in the freaking briar patch." So he goes, Brer Fox wanted to hurt Brer Rabbit as bad as he could, so he took Brer Rabbit by the legs and threw him right smack into the middle of that briar patch. He heard a lot of rustling and crackling when Brer Rabbit landed, and he waited around to see what terrible thing was going to happen. But a few minutes later, he hears somebody calling, "Oh, yoo-hoo, Brer Fox, over here," and he looks, and he sees Brer Rabbit sitting on a rock, combing the tar out of his fur. There's a part where he gets covered in tar, with a stick. "Didn't you know, Brer Fox?" called Brer Rabbit. "I was bred and born in a briar patch. Bred and born." And he hopped away. So the moral of the story is Brer Rabbit's parents had sex in a patch of thorns. No, that isn't the moral of the story. Sorry, wait, let me just, oh, yeah. So the thing is, this guy Brer Rabbit, the protagonist of the tale, is lying. He's using reverse psychology on Brer Fox by being like, don't do this. And then but actually he wants him to do that. Right? So that is what, Secret Agent Dan, did y'all see my Wiktionary link above? No, I didn't. Hang on. We can fix this. I'm going to make you a moderator. I don't know how to let links go through aside from just making you a mod. But excuse me, you're an OG Chill Goblin stream watcher, so I'll make you a mod. But now they should go through if you want to throw a link in the chat. Supposed to be an allegory for how clever, folksy Southern people are. Okay, cool. All right, I'm into that. But anyway, I had to look this up because I wasn't totally sure what he was saying. But so remember, this is all about carbon taxing. So he's saying that even though all these big fucking oil companies and whatever, like elites in general, are like, oh no, please don't. No, we definitely don't want an oil tax, carbon tax. We don't want there to be carbon taxing. Actually, they want carbon taxes a lot. They do want it. Now, you might think, Wiktionary, briar patch, a dense thicket of thorny plants, ground made impassable by the impenetrable overgrowth of prickly vegetation. Figuratively, an intellectual or philosophical issue abounding with seemingly unresolvable problems, a theoretical quandary or impasse. All right. Cool. Thanks, man. But yeah, sorry. Where was I? Something about briar patch. No. Yeah. So like that's what he's saying. He's saying that in this, weird to make the protagonist of the story into the global elite. That seems weird. Like when Alex hears that story, is he like, that Brer Rabbit's such a bastard or whatever? No, like shouldn't you like? Don't most normal people hear that and be like, that's cool. It's cool that Brer Rabbit did that. What a fucking awesome dude. Please don't throw me in the briar patch. And he also calls it Briar Rabbit. Not correct. Although I guess he is kind of a Briar Rabbit. Is there anything more I want to hear from this?
Here's the political field. And this is where the population resides.
No, then he just goes back to the normal. And they're leaning against each other. They're pretending to fight so that we think we have choice. But actually they're in lockstep. Anyway, that's what he's saying there. Now, I got a little bit obsessed with this. I've read, this is a great book, Jane Meyer, she is I believe a New York Times journalist. Funny, the quote on the front is from the New York Times. She's like one of her colleagues, I guess, said this. But honestly, a great, and also one of the New York Times 10 best books of the year. But it is actually legit good. Dark Money, the hidden history of the billionaires behind the rise of the radical right. And it sort of charts the history of, this has been going on for a while, but like it charts the recent history of the very rich, elite kind of corporate class using their money to affect politics and how that has given them more and more and more control over what's going on. And it gets worse every fucking year. And it mostly concentrates on the Koch brothers. It goes into the Koch family and the Koch father, I guess. And there's a lot of fucking family drama in this book about the Koch brothers. Like, there's a whole fucking power struggle between the 4 Koch brothers that split them in half. And there's one Koch brother, and they're all like, "Fuck you, man. We're gonna tell everyone you're gay." And he might not have even been gay, but they're like, "We're gonna tell everyone you're gay, and then Dad's gonna cut you out of the will." And there's a whole fucking fight. But I'm not gonna get into all that. For all we really got to know, I'll get into the Koch brothers later, but we really only need to know about Charles and David, these two chums here, the Koch bros. But we'll get into them more a little bit later. For now, though, I do want to quote this because I thought this was interesting and it sort of matches up. So remember this clip we just watched from Alex from 2008, and this is from Dark Money. In the final months before the 2008 presidential election, Michael Mann, a tenured meteorology and geosciences professor at Penn State University, who'd become a leading figure in climate change research, told his wife he would be happy with whichever candidate won. Obama or McCain, he was like, no difference for me, because both the Republican and the Democratic presidential nominees had spoken about the importance of addressing global warming, which Mann regarded as the paramount issue of the day. Excuse me. But what he didn't fully foresee was that the same forces stirring the Tea Party would expertly channel the public outrage at government against scientific experts like himself. A little bit of a spoiler there. But now that's interesting, right? Because I feel like, I mean, it's easy to forget all the fucking also ran, presidential nominees. McCain ran against Obama. He's like the maverick. He's like the Republican, whatever guy who's like not that bad or whatever. And he sort of, Coen brothers. You mean because he's a leftist, so he concentrates on the Coen brothers. If he was right wing, you talk about Soros. Here, though, it's way different when left wing billionaire people spend money. Are you talking about me? I mean, I don't like Soros either, but I definitely think the Koch brothers are worse. I mean, maybe that's my bias. I think the Koch brothers, the Koch brothers together have caused more fucking human misery than fuck. Like, who has done more than them to fuck the world in pursuit of their own money? Like, you right now, you at home watching this, your life sucks in large part because of these two guys and what they've chosen to fund. And we're going to get into this. But I do think it's interesting to point out McCain and Obama were both pro-environment. This was a big issue in the 2000s. Let's actually go back in time a little bit here to this. This is from, Okay. Well, this is from Frank Luntz. You know Frank Luntz, this guy? It's like a Republican kind of, boy wonder, like genius advisor. And he wrote this. Oh, something going on here. Why isn't it? Okay, there we go. This is, here we go. Okay. This was a report that he made for the Bush White House, not for the Bush White House, but for Frank Luntz memorandum to Bush White House, the environment, a cleaner, safer, healthier America. I thought this was before the election, but if it was to the Bush White House, I guess it was to the fucking White House itself, where he talks about how, I'm going to go to page 2 here. The environment is probably the single issue on which Republicans in general, and President Bush in particular, are most vulnerable. This is from 2000. In the 90s, people really started to care about the environment and the fucking hole in the ozone layer and shit. A caricature has taken hold in the public imagination. Republicans are seemingly in the pockets of corporate fat cats who rub their hands together and chuckle manically, that's not right, as they plot to pollute America for fun and profit. I mean, it's for profit. It's not for fun, but yeah. And only the Democrats and their good-hearted friends from Washington can save America from these sinister companies drooling at the prospect of strip mining every picturesque mountain range, drilling for oil on every white sand beach, and clear-cutting every green forest. Now, I will say, Luntz is the leftist George Lakoff reframing. Yeah. So like to Illuminad, not sure how you say your name, but I can tell you're pissed because I'm too woke for you. But I mean, this is where like Frank Luntz is sort of being like sarcastic here. And he's saying like only the Democrats and their good-hearted friends from Washington can save America from these sinister companies. No, like obviously the Democrats also have done nothing about the climate. Like nothing has been done. Like we've known about, not to say we, but like global warming has been a known fact by the scientists working for ExxonMobil since 1960. We still have not done anything to slow it down. We're still fucking, no, let's suck the fucking oil out of the ground. Let's kill it. And Democrats and Republicans are both doing nothing, but Republicans are a little bit more, let's fucking literally put our foot on the gas here. And Democrats are like, let's ease off the gas a little bit. Like they're both fucking, there's barely a difference in this between the two. Both sides are inadequate, I'll say, at dealing with the thing. And then this is also interesting, I think page 7 of this. Winning the global warming debate, an overview. The most important thing to tell these people is the scientific debate remains open. Voters believe there is no consensus about global warming within the scientific community. Already, this was not true. This is already the vast majority, the overwhelming scientific consensus by this time, 2000. Global warming is man-made, and it is real, and it is going to be a disaster unless we do something about it. But this was the advice during this time. And it's a crucial time because, like, this was, and things are not like this anymore. But people are, at the time, in the 2000s, end of the 90s, the new millennium, the environment was a big cause on both sides. Like, the Republicans didn't used to be so, like, anti-green. But this was his advice. Should the public come to believe that the scientific issues are settled, their views about global warming will change accordingly. Therefore, you need to continue to make the lack of scientific certainty a primary issue in the debate and defer to scientists and other experts in the field. So I think this is so interesting. Just like reading this now and kind of being like, wow, they were totally successful in changing whatever, that whole thing there. This one, do I even need to read this? Okay, yeah, so this is Karl Rove. This is also from Dark Money, Jane Meyer. Karl Rove, the operative whom George W. Bush called the architect of his 2004 re-election, had long dreamed of creating a conservative political machine outside the traditional political party's control that could be funded by virtually unlimited private fortunes. You guys remember Karl Rove? Let's see if I can get a picture of him up for you. His hope was to draft where did it go? Conservative donors of all stripes into creating a self-financed militia that could be called into action without the transparency, legal restrictions, or accountability that circumscribed conventional campaigns. And that summer, the Kochs had participated briefly in a version of this project, according to the political reporter Kenneth Vogel. Their representatives met clandestinely with political operatives working for other hugely wealthy donors, such as the Las Vegas casino magnate Sheldon Adelson, who's, who you may have heard about his wife, Miriam Adelson, recently being like extremely close to Trump, extremely pro-Israel, getting Trump to promise the Golan Heights and shit, and like going like above and beyond for the Zionist cause here. The ideal, one participant said, was a never-ending campaign. After the disappointment of Obama's victory, though, the group disbanded. The Kochs, among others, regrouped. So this is like, this was I'll put Karl Rove here because he's going to be a figure that comes back. Here's Karl Rove. I'm MC Rove. Remember when fucking Lin-Manuel Miranda like did a rap with him? Jesus fucking Christ. This guy's also a fucking awful human being who's fucked you in particular, who's made your life suck. And yet, libs, fucking shit libs are always gonna fucking pander to these ghouls. All right. Now, okay, so now we're caught up. That's a little bit of history leading up to this point where Alex is talking about the carbon tax. Don't you see? The carbon tax is actually what the oil guys want. They desperately want a carbon tax. And I want to say, yes, I want to talk a little bit about Alex Jones' movie from 2007. So I guess this should actually be a little bit over here. Let's put it over here in the freaking timeline here. Why does he think, why would fucking oil companies want a carbon tax? Well, if you watch his movie Endgame, which is actually a pretty good movie. I mean, it's not a good movie at all, but it's a good movie for trying to understand what does Alex Jones think is the point of all these conspiracies that he's talking about. This movie is about what is the end game? What do the elite want? What is their goal, right? So, and he talks about carbon tax as a major part of this documentary. So let me start with this part here. Here we go.
Sovereignty, if it were sold as a way to help the planet. The think tank also concocted the peak oil fraud as a way to create artificial scarcity. and the Club of Rome has been aggressively pushing a global carbon tax as a way to fund their planetary government.
In the draft copy of the United Nations Global Biodiversity Assessment, it states very clearly that we must reduce the human population from its current level of about 6 billion people down to about 1 billion people.
All right, so New World Order shit. I'm sure you guys have heard Alex Jones talk about that. But the global carbon tax is supposed to be applied to everyone. Everyone will get charged by how much electricity they use, how much carbon they burn, whatever, your carbon footprint, that sort of shit. You will get charged, says Alex Jones. And let me just go as well to this part here where he elaborates.
A year lost in the earth on 7 continents. World leaders announced that saving the earth was the new organizing principle for humanity and hailed it as the planet's new religion.
New religion.
They claim that CO2,
showing the fucking live Earth concerts,
which plants breathe, was killing the earth.
Oh, okay, wait. Let me go back. They claim that CO2, which plants breathe, is killing the earth.
They claim that CO2, which plants breathe, was killing the earth, and that we must reduce the number of children we have to curtail our carbon footprint. Countries across the world marked the day by passing new carbon tax schemes and raising taxes on gasoline, natural gas, and electricity.
All right, so you see how he's positioning the carbon tax here as affecting the end consumer, right? Like rather than the oil companies themselves. And so, okay, I'm not gonna I'm Canadian. I have maybe don't tune out. Okay, I'm not gonna talk about Canada that much. I'm just gonna talk about it, my experience as a Canadian a little bit, how it applies to, and I know you're thinking about clicking away because no one gives a fuck about Canada. I know this. I've seen my analytics. It's a huge problem if I ever even mention Canada. So just keep watching. This is 99.9% about America. And even when I talk about Canada, I'm trying to help explain what is happening in America as well. Okay. So chill out for just 2 seconds here. Because as a Canadian, I mean, the carbon tax to me, I'm like, and I would say like, you know, in my heart, there are other kind of, causes that I care more about and I do more towards, but in my brain, the number one the most important fucking political cause I think to be concerned about is global warming and the environment. Like that just is it. That's the main thing that we we care. Ken mentioned unsub, and but seriously, like this is literally like the fate of the whole Earth. You know, like Alex Jones kind of put it. He's like, the global leaders decided that saving the world was the new primary focus, and it's like, yeah, shouldn't it be? What do you mean? Why are you saying that like it's so weird? That seems like a big deal. The stakes are high. Now, a carbon tax, which is supposed to be taxing the highest producers of emissions, carbon emissions, like, you know, oil refineries, whatever, like major polluters, right? And, you know, in Canada, we are an oil state. We are like, I think the second biggest oil reserves on earth after Venezuela. I think that's us. So we're an oil state. The Koch brothers, I believe, made most of their oil money from Canadian oil. Like this is a big thing here. It's Koch brothers, right? So that still is related to America. And so we have a thing here where we have, especially from the one province of Alberta, which is our most Republican, like our most conservative province. People like, and oil is the major industry there, and they make tons of money in Alberta, and they vote really, you know, like they always vote for the fucking worst people, but it's like at this point, anyway, whatever. I'm talking too much about Canada, but carbon tax is like a big issue here. We actually had a carbon tax instituted, I think in 2018 by Trudeau. it was talked about for a long ass time beforehand. Actually, around this time that we're talking about here, around like 2008 or so, it was a big discussion, and both liberals and conservatives were like, yeah, we definitely need a carbon tax. We definitely need to do that. We will do that soon. And it didn't happen until 2018, I believe, by Trudeau. And as soon as he did it, conservatives were like, fuck you, fuck the carbon tax. It's evil. And honestly, it does. So the carbon tax does reduce emissions, which is good, but it also gets passed down to the end consumer, like AKA it's a regressive tax, because they did not, there was no attempt by the, Liberal Party to force the actual people doing the emissions, like these companies, these oil companies, to just swallow the fee. They just started charging more for oil, which, as Alex Jones sort of alludes to in this, he's like, gasoline, electricity, stove, like natural gas, whatever. Like, and that is kind of like, I think true in a way. And so I am against carbon taxes myself, but for a very different reason than Alex Jones. I don't think it's funding the New World Order, which is, to be honest, a completely delusional fucking boogeyman that right-wing conspiracists have convinced themselves is a remote possibility, that some organization like the UN would be able to be like, and now there's one world government. Like, the fucking, get your head out of the clouds. Like, that is never going to happen. That is not a realistic outcome here. Like, please, can we have a conversation that's based in reality? I don't think that this is the right reason, but I do think carbon taxes are a neoliberal fucking half measure that maybe would have helped if we had done it in like the fucking 80s to reduce emissions. Now, to do it now is ridiculous. And it punishes the end user. It punishes like the people who are, the lowest rung of the totem pole, not the people who actually need to be punished. We need to do so much more than carbon taxes. It's a joke that that's even where we're still having a fucking conversation right now. But yeah, anyway, sorry, a little bit of a tangent there, but I don't want you guys to think I'm defending carbon taxes here. But Alex Jones isn't just talking about carbon taxes. He's using them as a way to say that, like, when he talks about carbon taxes, he does it, I'll say this, he does it in a way that's very convenient to the oil lobby. All right, and that's kind of interesting. I had a carbon tax Wikipedia page up here. I don't remember why I had this. There's another version of it called cap and trade. Companies get a certain amount of carbon to emit. If they go over, they have to pay other companies to use their underused carbon. Positive impacts. Research shows carbon taxes do effectively reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Like, that does seem to be the case. They do seem to help a little bit. A number of studies have found in the absence of an increase in social benefits and tax credits, a carbon tax would hit poor households harder than rich households. Negative impacts. That's basically, like, I think where I stand on it. Like, I'm against them in general. And maybe this is coming out of nowhere. Maybe I could have done a better job organizing this. No, you know what? No, I'm going to stand on business. I'm going to say, no, it was good. But R.I.P. Michael Parenti. I do want to play a little bit of this clip here where he talks about conspiracies.
Here's another thing. Conspiracy theory, for some people, conspiracy theory, by definition, cannot be proven true. Because when it's proven true, it's declared to no longer be a conspiracy theory, but a fact. I mean, I've had arguments with people on the phone, and I realized, I said, so then the conspiracy theory does apply. I said, what conspiracy theory? That's a fact. You proved to me that that's a fact. I said, but it's a conspiracy fact. It's people colluding.
This is the part I want to point out. A conspiracy is people colluding
in secret to pursue illegal and unlawful and immoral goals with the intent of advancing the interests of people who are not acknowledging their association to this action.
Conspiracy. People are colluding in secret to pursue illegal, unlawful, or immoral goals with the intent of advancing the interests of people who are not acknowledging their association to this action. That is I think that's a good definition of conspiracy. Man, I mean, it's off the cuff, it seems. So maybe it could have been like worded a little bit more clearly, but I think that's a good way to think about it. And he gives the rest of this video, he's kind of giving examples of it. I'll just play the first one.
Okay. As I've said, and I'm glad to see that Mickey Huff, he made the same point yesterday, but I have said it years ago, that I don't have a conspiracy theory, but I do have.
Yes, this is Obsidian. Yeah.
Have a
It's so sick. I just got onto it. It's awesome.
Conspiracy analysis, and that should be our answer when any work you're doing. When somebody brings this thing up like a little knee
I like that too. I don't have a conspiracy theory. I have conspiracy analysis.
jerk, like a bell ringing. Oh, why do you have a and it's not that innocent or all that stupid. It's a very effective weapon. It's a way of putting closure on your investigation or argument. It's a way of delegitimating what it is you have to say by just using this term. The terms become so charged, as I showed you with the Walter Karp one, that even when someone's making a brilliant conspiracy analysis, he has to acknowledge a distance and say, but this is no conspiracy theory, the like. There are actual conspiracies.
Okay, sorry. This is where he gets into it.
Conspiracies exist in the law. In the law, they use the term all the time. It's a feature of law. Here, 2006, a federal court adjudged the major tobacco companies to be guilty of a 50-year conspiracy to deceive the public about the addictive and health-damaging qualities of cigarettes.
Tobacco, the tobacco industry. And all they were doing was just killing smokers. Like, that's a shitty thing to do, and covering up all this research and making all this fake research about how smoking is harmless and just kind of flooding the zone with shit, and making it confusing as to what the actual answer was. But that, and as evil as that is, in the pursuit of selling more fucking nicotine, tobacco, they fucking... that is still not as bad, as overarchingly evil as the oil industry and the very similar shit that they have done. Tobacco invented the question of the science method. Yeah, well said. And thank you, Big Jerry. The stream is going good. Okay, I mean it's not great, but I'll try and improve. So I don't know. That's all we need to watch of it. It's a cool clip though if you want to check it out. And here we go. So this is the beginning of our story. All right. We've got Alex Jones. We've got the carbon tax thing. This is 2007, 2008 kind of era. Let's see what happened after Obama won. Well, when Obama won, this group, what do you call this? Like a think tank, an org? It's called Americans for Prosperity. Became very, very big. This is the website. What does it say? About us. Empower every American to pursue their version of the American dream. We are the premier grassroots advocacy organization. Oh, okay. I can't even read this fucking thing. How fast do you think I can read Americans for Prosperity web designer? Fuck you, you dumb idiot. Empower every American to pursue their... Okay, whatever. They got a bunch of bullshit about how they're a grassroots organization on here. Our mission, creating change. Okay, whatever. Now, in... 2000. Now this is from 2008. So this was their old website. Oddly, much easier to navigate. But they had a pledge where they were like sending it out to all these politicians, and they were like, download a copy of the federal pledge to send to your federal representative. Download a PDF of the state and local pledge to send to your fucking local state representative. Federal pledge. Your name here, pledge to the taxpayers of the state of your state here, and to the American people that I will oppose any legislation relating to climate change that includes a net increase in federal government revenue. This is carbon tax. This is an anti-carbon tax pledge. I will not, do a fucking carbon tax. And look at the thing up here. No climate tax. That's like the whole fucking thing. A big issue for the Americans for Prosperity. Now, who are the Americans for Prosperity? This is actually from a different book. Okay, this isn't most of my quotes are going to be from Dark Money. This one's from Sons of Wichita, which is another book about the Koch brothers. Americans for Prosperity positioned itself at the vanguard of the anti-Obama rebellion. In late April, as House Democrats prepared to introduce cap-and-trade legislation, which again, that's another kind of version of carbon tax, to limit greenhouse gas emissions, the group launched a national hot air tour, replete with a red-hot air balloon warning of global warming alarmism. It staged rallies targeting the union-friendly Employee Free Choice Act. Yeah, they're also anti-union, they're anti-healthcare, they're a lot of things. But it seems like one of their big causes anyway, no carbon tax and just no to any regulation of the oil industry, which is weird since they're such a grassroots organization. Members of Congress returned to their districts during this typically sedate, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay, whatever. That's more about healthcare, which we're not really talking about here today. This is from another website. This is about that hot air balloon tour. The Intellectual Conservative Arizona, this website here. And they're like, oh, amazing. The free market grassroots group, Americans for Prosperity, will bring its nationwide hot air balloon tour to Phoenix. Oh, wow. Cool. Fun. Oh, it's so cool. They're bringing a hot air balloon tour to be like, enough hot air from our politicians. Americans for Prosperity again describe themselves as the nation's premier grassroots organization, committed to advancing every individual's right to economic freedom and opportunity. Cool. All right. Well, if you didn't already know, also, by the way, this is interesting too. I showed you the pledge. Here's a bunch of people who actually signed the frickin' pledge. Pat Roberts, Roger Wicker, Jeff Flake, Doug Lamborn, who else? John Fleming, Michelle Bachmann, Jim Jordan, Pete Olson, Cynthia Loomis. I mean, tons of politicians signed this shit. So many in Kansas. Wow. Like a lot of people actually did sign this shit. Like this actually did something. So okay, it's interesting. So this is a group that is. Remember, Alex Jones said, and they. These companies, the companies themselves will say they don't want a carbon tax, but actually in secret they do. They would love a carbon tax because they need to fund the New World Order. Okay, well, as it turns out, the fucking Americans for Prosperity is a directly controlled Koch fucking organization. This is from 2020 to 2022. But this was always the case. The Americans for Prosperity were funded by Charles Koch, and this is, I guess, after the other guy, David Koch, died. But the Koch brothers fund all these other things. This all gets funneled into look who's at the bottom, right? Americans for Prosperity and the Americans for Prosperity Action Fund, $40 million from Koch Industries, $119 million. Plus 280 million. Like it all goes into Americans for Prosperity, from the Kochs to the Americans for Prosperity, down to like whatever fucking political advocacy they need to have done for them. So these are the Koch brothers. Are you guys familiar with the Koch brothers? I hope so, because they play a very prominent role here. It's not just. I'm going to play this. This is just actually a trailer for a documentary about the Koch brothers. I'll play a little bit of it. I guess it's kind of long, but let's see.
2015 was the hottest year on record, according to the World Meteorological Organization, with 2016 looking like it will be even warmer.
April 2016 was the hottest April.
Yeah, good question. Was this related to the whole Tea Party thing or before or after? What we're talking about here is specifically the environmental anti-carbon tax, like pro-oil push, which did take over. Like that was there was specific funding that Americans for Prosperity and other oil groups did to influence and appropriate the Tea Party movement. But that it did start out as, the Tea Party became very anti-environmentalist, even though one of the founders of the Tea Party actually was a right-wing like climate person, like who did believe in global warming. But yeah.
Ever recorded.
And the last decade was the hottest in history.
Some people barely had time to get out.
Out of control forest fires and drought are plaguing the United States and Canada. The entire uncontrolled Congress and Senate.
The United States Congress is the single biggest obstacle to global resolution of climate change.
It becomes like there's an omerta in the Republican side speaking out about climate change.
That's Jane Meyer.
But in reality,
that's Jane Meyer, the person who wrote. Whoops. Wait, why can't I? Oh, because I'm not. Yeah. The person who wrote Dark Money, this book. Jane Meyer. Anyway. Spoiler alert. Okay, here we go.
Republicans' refusal to act on global warming is largely the handiwork of these two American billionaires, Charles and David Koch.
And they're so fucking old. They're so old. They're going to die. Well, one of them is already dead. Charles Koch is still alive, this old fucking ghoul fuck. And he still is like, no. No fucking climate regulation. No fucking nothing. Yeah, no. Oil companies get to do whatever they want. That's the rule. Why? Why you really got to make another $1 billion in the next fucking 2 years? Bro, can you be a good guy for 1 second?
Americans should care about the Koch brothers because they're arguably the most powerful force in American politics.
The Koch brothers are the 5th richest people in the United States with a combined worth of nearly $100 billion.
Okay, hang on. That's crazy. Matthew Krumlauf. My friend had to work web security for them and they forced all employees to read their manifesto. What? That's nuts. They are extremely ideological. They're libertarians. Or at least like billionaire libertarians who are maybe not as libertarian as they claim to be. A lot of people, including Jane Meyer and the guy who wrote Sons of Wichita and like a lot of other people who wrote about them say, no. They really believe in libertarianism. That's like a real big cause of them. So I guess this is a kind of an unpopular opinion. I don't think they're true libertarians. I do sort of think that they're, and not that I agree with libertarians. I think libertarians are idiots too, but I don't think they're libertarians. I think that they're billionaires who want to be able to do whatever they want. And they say they believe in libertarianism so that they can take advantage of a bunch of fucking tax codes. Yeah, that's nuts. That is nuts. Yes, if anyone's wondering what I'm using, Obsidian, and I highly recommend it. I'm so new to it, but it's great. It's so easy to use.
They run Koch Industries, a secretive...
and it's free, and everything you make on it is saved locally to your computer. So you don't even have to... worry about like Google reading your shit.
Koch brothers are the 5th richest people in the United States with a combined worth of nearly $100 billion. They run Koch Industries, a secretive conglomerate that makes its money in the oil industry. A conglomerate founded by the brothers' father, Fred, who got rich building refineries for the Nazis after 1933.
All right, so that's all I'm going to play for now. Koch brothers, you get the idea. They are two extremely smart, like they have very good business brains, guys who inherited a massive fortune and made it into I already used massive. What's a bigger word than massive? Gargantuan, colossal fortune. Like they were able to really make a ton of money at the expense of like you and like everyone on Earth, essentially. This is another thing. I guess I don't really care about this. This was a video I found.
Provides a challenge
from around the same time. It's all in one ear, as you can hear. Is that coming through, or does it automatically shift to?
You say right to work. In the
no, I can see it. It is all one ear. Anyway, this is like another fucking Americans for Prosperity thing about them talking about how unions are bad. Not really important to what we're talking about, but keep in mind, being anti-union is the number one cause for the elite class, the power elite. That is their number one thing, being anti-union. So no surprise, Americans for Prosperity are viciously anti-union. Now this is my biggest disappointment in my research here. I fucking tried so hard to find this. This is an ad that Americans for Prosperity put out in Virginia. Actually, it played all around the country. For some reason, this is very difficult to read, but if I highlight it, it's fine. Americans for Prosperity launched a $140,000 advertising blitz in Virginia. This was played all around the country. Blah, 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 blah. Where does it say? And I have the fucking link to the thing. Can't load, but it was a YouTube link. I found the YouTube video. It isn't up anymore. I tried so hard to find this, guys. But I was able to find transcript of this. Get this. All right. At least a transcript for one of the ads. So the Americans for Prosperity had these ads playing, telling the American public that corrupt environmentalists, not billionaire right-wing oil and coal men, are manipulating Congress and the media. No, it's the environmentalists who are corrupt. They're the corrupt ones, not the fucking Koch brothers who are fucking billionaire evil monsters. According to the Americans for Prosperity, these ads expose the hypocrisy and outrageous economic costs of so-called global warming regulations, taxes, and green energy plans. All right, one of these ads portrays. Okay, here's the ad. A guy named Carlton. Sorry, this is a little bit hard to read. Hang on, let me just make this bigger. So this is the text on the ad, or the script. Hey there, and it was like a hippie guy. It was like a hippie guy laying on his couch eating chips or something. Hey there, I'm Carlton, the wealthy eco-hypocrite. I inherited my money and attended fancy schools. I own 3 homes and 5 cars, but I always talk with my rich friends about saving the planet. And I want Congress to spend billions on programs in the name of global warming and green energy, even if it causes massive unemployment, higher energy bills, and digs people like you even deeper into the recession. Who knows? Maybe I'll even make money off of it. And it's like, oh my God, like, this is an ad funded by the Koch brothers, who, may I say, where they point out that he owns 3 homes and 5 cars. They have, and this is a quote from, where is it? How can I? Oh, there you go. This is a quote from, again, Dark Money. Carlton was, in fact, the creation of Americans for Prosperity, the nonprofit social welfare group founded and heavily funded by David Koch, who, of course, had inherited hundreds of millions of dollars, attended Deerfield Academy, owned 4 homes, a ski lodge in Aspen, a Belle Epoque mansion, Via El Sarmiento in Palm Beach, a sprawling beach house in the Hamptons, and an 18-room duplex at 740 Park Avenue in Manhattan, and drove, among other cars, a Land Rover and a Ferrari. And they're like, and then the person that they create as this like straw man, like, dude, oh, sorry, sometimes this happens. I don't know how to get out of it. Here we go. The straw man that they've created to be like, look how evil this guy is, and he's getting rich off of being an environmentalist. That guy has fewer homes, less cars, and inherited less money, and attended less fancy schools than the Koch brothers, who were the ones actually making the ad. This is like, isn't this nuts? This happened. This was something that happened that, like, this is a fucking textbook example of the shit Alex Jones pretends to care about. Billionaires trying to give themselves excuses, trying to manufacture this fake outrage against environmentalists, spending, how much money does it say? Just on this one ad, $140,000 just in Virginia, and it did eventually play around the country. Like, just think about that shit. Isn't that nuts? Anyway, I tried to find the actual ad, and I can't. If I ever do find it, I would love to play it on stream. This is a long quote. Do I really need to read all this? No, I don't think so. A little bit more about it. People like you. Yeah, they wanted to convince the public that government action on climate change posed a threat to people like you or ordinary Americans' pocketbooks. But it, of course, posed a far greater threat to their own. And, like, this is it. Like, this is what Alex Jones is saying with the fucking carbon tax. Like, no, the elites actually would love it if there's a carbon tax. No, they want to convince you that it hurts you. They desperately do not want there to be a carbon tax. They don't want anything, even the smallest thing that could possibly affect this. So these are just a few examples of the Koch brothers, mostly, you know, groups like the Koch brothers, ExxonMobil, affecting the conversation, paying off like the Republican politicians. Like think about even back in with Frank Luntz in 2000. Why was it such a big deal for the Bush White House to be so anti-global warming? Like, Bush said he didn't even believe in it. Oh.
Agent Jones leaps from the sky, martini in hand. Danger closing in fast.
Sorry.
Dodging bullets and charming every woman in sight. he discovers
Actually, let's
the
watch
prize,
this.
a briefcase full of stolen war bonds. Not from the Queen, from the AlexJonesStore.com.
Look at this
Every
AI.
bond fuels the mission. Every purchase keeps the fight
Okay,
alive.
sorry. I can't take any more of that. But yeah, sorry, that just randomly started playing some AI Alex Jones ad on band.video. Sorry about that. Completely threw me off. But yeah, you're getting the picture here, right? This is now this everything we've seen so far. This is nothing. This is nothing because, as we know, the way that the capitalist system works, again and again and again, shit keeps fucking snowballing, right? Snowballing, like it keeps getting bigger, getting worse. The way the capitalism works, it's going to incentivize monopolies. It's going to incentivize people to get power and hold on to power. Inherited wealth is going to incentivize people to hoard wealth. That money, since money is very influential, you can use money to affect politics. And the more you affect politics to help you make more money, the more powerful you and others in your class become. And the harder it gets for social mobility, for people who start out at the bottom of social classes to work their way up to the top. And this is going to happen again and again and again and again and again, right? Constantly. The neoliberal era during the Reagan administration, the Thatcher administration in the UK, the neoliberalizing of the globe, starting in Chile, then moving to become the dominant economic ideology of planet Earth. This is another way in which the global elite have further exerted their power and influence over governments and beyond that, over the citizens of Earth. But one of the biggest fucking things ever to happen to help the elite was that something in the US called Citizens United. You guys know Citizens United? You guys remember that? Shit rolls uphill. Yeah, AI Alex Jones. Yes. Yeah, that was a fun little little ad there. They're making him look so cool. Anyway, but we got to talk about Citizens United, and I've got a guy to tell you all about it, and his name is Mr. Beat. And title of this video, super fucking good, I think. Why you can buy the next president. And this is from 2011. That was when, anyway, I think 2010 or 2011, somewhere around there. So this is during Obama's first term. So we got to talk about Citizens United.
Mr. Beat presents Supreme Court Briefs.
Briefs like
Washington,
underwear?
D.C., 2007. A self-described conservative nonprofit corporation called Citizens United wants to release a documentary. The film, called Hillary, the Movie, hey, that's a pretty catchy title, talks a bunch of trash about Hillary Clinton, who just so happens to be running for president. Citizens United wanted to distribute and advertise the film within a month before the Democratic primary elections in January 2008. However, this would be a violation of the Bipartisan Campaign Reform Act, aka BICRA, aka the McCain-Feingold Act, the latest law that limited how political campaigns were paid for. BICRA said corporations or labor unions can't spend money from their general treasury to broadcast anything through the mass media that specifically brings up a candidate running for federal office within 30 days of a primary. Anticipating that the Federal Election Commission, or FEC, might try to stop the release of their documentary, Citizens United went ahead and
Notice like all these fucking like right-wing fucking elite-funded think tanks always have these basic ass names like Citizens United, Americans for Prosperity, USA is Good Association. Like it's all like fucking like patriotic whatever. So they, when you come out against it, it's like you're against citizens, you know? Anyway.
the FEC to the United States District Court, essentially saying,
"Don't even think about it, FEC."
Citizens United claimed BICRA didn't apply to Hillary the movie because the film wasn't clearly for or against a candidate. It also claimed that the Supreme Court decision FEC v. Wisconsin Right to Life justified them releasing the film within 30 days of the Democratic.
So like total bullshit. Like that doesn't make any sense. Why would this is obviously the movie's called Hillary and you're putting it out during the fucking Democrat primary. Like that's obviously not cool.
primaries. Not only that, but Citizens United argue that portions of BICRA straight up violated the First Amendment to the Constitution. On January 15th, 2008, the three-judge U.S. District Court said, "Nope, sorry, Citizens United. You can't have your injunction. You gotta let the FEC regulate." The court said the film was clearly just meant to get people to not vote for Hillary Clinton. I mean,
Yeah. What the fuck? Yeah. I feel like this sort of anti-Hillary thing was maybe like in retrospect, and I'm not like read up on this or anything. I mean, I was in high school when this was all going on, but or no, I guess I was in university. Well, whatever. Who knows how old I am? But it sort of feels like, you know how the Hillary campaign, like they promoted Trump during the Republican primary. They're like, oh, we can definitely beat this guy. Yeah. Let's fucking promote him. Let's like help him win. And they actually like helped him to, you know, go to this fucking landslide victory in the Republican primary and then lost to him. This is probably the similar sort of thing happening with the Republican organization. Like, oh my God, Obama, a black guy. Oh my, that would be so easy. Okay, let's fucking get this fucking Hillary documentary out there. You know what I mean? Because it's like, why are you getting involved in the primary, man? Like, are you sure?
Was called Hillary the Movie, for crying out loud. They also said the film was meant to be strategically shown right before the primary.
Yeah, I mean, Darkling, 100%. The right is so fucking good at thinking long term. Like, liberals just don't care, though. Like, electoral politics are, like, they are important. It's important to vote, but like, what the fuck are the liberals going to do? They don't care. I don't know what to do. I don't know how, like, in order to think long term, you got to be thinking about like local judges and shit. Like, if you watch the movie Jesus Camp, they're talking about overturning Roe v. Wade in the like early 2000s, and how they're going to do that. They're going to replace all these judges and eventually get Supreme Court judges and eventually do this and do that. And it's like, yeah, they did it, and it was a long-term project, and it worked. And we don't think like that. And this is like a radical organization that would have been like, it's still fucking crazy that they overturned Roe v. Wade. Like, that's almost as surprising as it would be if you guys got Medicare for all. Like that's even less surprising, because most people want Medicare for all. Most people did not want the fucking Roe v. Wade overturned. Anyway.
Is for this purpose. And they cited the Supreme Court decision in McConnell v. FEC as justification that the FEC could prevent the showing of this film. Citizens United was like, you know what? I'm appealing to the Supreme Court.
There you
now,
go.
as you know, this can be a long process.
And think about this, guys. Citizens United is still fighting over the release of the Hillary movie in like 2010. Like, Obama's president at this point, and they're still like, no, we should be able to do it.
What ended up happening was Hillary Clinton did not get the Democratic nomination, and Barack Obama ended up being elected president later that year. But that ended up being irrelevant, other than the fact that Obama nominated a new justice, Sonia Sotomayor, that agreed with the justice she replaced, David Souter. Actually, that's kind of irrelevant too. Throughout 2009, the Supreme Court heard multiple arguments about the case. The court had remained very divided on the issue. Things got pretty philosophical. Finally, on January 21st, 2010, the court ruled 5-4 in favor of Citizens United.
So this is like maybe the worst decision ever made by the Supreme Court. I mean, like, I know there was like bad shit about slavery or something probably, but like, this fucking sucks that this went through. And oh my God, the Supreme Court has only gotten worse since then.
That the free speech clause of the First Amendment prohibited the government from limiting money spent by corporations, labor unions, and other associations on political campaigns. Specifically, we're talking about independent political expenditures or political campaign contributions not directly affiliated with the candidate. Justice Anthony Kennedy wrote the majority opinion, quote, "If the First Amendment has any force, it prohibits Congress from fining or jailing citizens or associations of citizens for simply engaging in political speech," unquote. The court's ruling basically freed corporations and unions to spend as much money as they want to elect or defeat candidates, as long as they didn't contribute directly to candidates or political.
Now, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Rich people can spend as much as they want to influence elections. That's why Elon Musk can spend a fucking whatever did he spend like $1 billion in the last like 2 weeks of the campaign or something? I forget. It wasn't that much, but it's like, that shouldn't be allowed. That should not be allowed. You should not be allowed to do that. But no, yeah, there's no restrictions now. Yep. That's just from since 2010 or 2011? I always forget. 2010, I think.
Parties. The majority also argued that the First Amendment protects associations of individuals, not just individual speakers. So you can't prohibit speech based on the identity of the speaker. So corporations have free speech rights just like you or I. The idea of corporate personhood, or the legal notion that corporations share some of the same legal rights and responsibilities held by individuals, had pretty much been established by the Supreme Court since the 1800s. In this case, the court definitely ruled that corporations are people, man. Corporations are people. Justice John Paul Stevens led the opinion of the dissent. Stevens was pretty upset about how this one turned out. His dissent was 90.
I mean, technically, the First Amendment is about the government cannot restrict speech, right? The Senate or whatever. What is it? Hang on. What is it again? First Amendment. The First Amendment. Oh God, fucking AI. I don't even want to read it. What does it say? What's the actual line? Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. I suppose you're right. I guess at least if you do consider corporations people, then, and like whatever, a corporation funding a bunch of, propaganda essentially, or like lies, spreading disinformation, is a form of speech. Establishing, abridging the freedom of speech, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble. I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, that certainly is a interesting legal argument, but I don't really care. I sort of just want things to be as good as possible. Anyway, I don't know if
pages, and
should we watch the rest of this? Yeah, sure. It's only a couple minutes.
Passionately summarized it for 20 minutes from the bench. Stevens later wrote a book explaining that a constitutional amendment should be passed to make sure money doesn't influence politics, mostly due to this ruling. Today, Citizens United v. FEC continues to get people fired up.
If we are going to maintain a true democracy in this country, it is absolutely imperative that we overturn this disastrous 5-4 Supreme Court decision on Citizens United.
Protesters have passionately spoke out against it, and organizations like Wolfpack were created in response to the decision. Just like Roe v. Wade, this is a Supreme Court decision that will be discussed and debated for many years to come.
So, okay, wait. I'm not American. Bear with me here. FEC max contributions. Doesn't that refer to how much you're allowed to contribute to a candidate? Maximum contribution limit. Yeah. So FEC does have max contributions for candidates and for corporations. It's the same. Like, no one can contribute over a certain amount. This is different. This is not, you're not contributing directly to a campaign. You're just funding like advertisements and whatever, like any kind of like propaganda or campaign or anything that's separate from the actual campaign, you're allowed to fund, which before you weren't allowed to do that. You can affect, you can spend infinite money. So if you've ever heard of a super PAC, super PACs did not exist before the Citizens United. It's Citizens United, and there was another fucking ruling that same year that helped super PACs exist. But super PACs are like political, action committee or something, where they can just take in as much money as they want from like shell corporations, completely dark money, like impossible to tell where it's from. And that super PAC can just make all these fucking massive like ad campaigns, like the documentary that he was talking about earlier about Hillary. Like, they can do whatever they want. They can do whatever they want as long as they're technically not associated with the campaign. So still, FEC shit is like there is a limit, but like but you as a citizen, I mean, like, if you're not a billionaire, you are limited because you just don't have money. You don't have that much money. Like, shit's hard. Most people cannot spend money to fund a super PAC, to get all these fucking ads up and disinformation campaigns and funding people to go and say that, oh, actually global warming is not a big deal at all or whatever, which is the main thing we're talking about. But it's not just that. It's a lot of fucking Israel lobbying, right? Like all of the AIPAC shit that goes into these like massive attack ads, like George Latimer versus Jamal Bowman in New York, Westchester. How you fucking say that? Which I went door knocking for, weirdly. Like, that was the number one most money ever put into a campaign, or like ever, whatever. What was that? Was that from AIPAC? Yeah, I forget exactly what it was. It must have been a super PAC sort of thing where they were funding ads, and there's just like a massive amount of attack ads against Jamal Bowman, who ended up losing. Yeah, very bad. So that's one video on Citizens United. I had more, including this one, which is by the fucking who is this by? What's the fucking channel? Oh, jeez. Who was it? It's from something the Federalist Society, where they're sort of like, it's actually not a big deal and it is totally a good thing, but you get the idea. But here, to me, this is what really sums it up. Okay, this is a quote this is one of, I don't want to say my favorite quotes, but like, I feel like this quote explains so much about the fucking world today. So as soon as the court, this is from Dark Money by Jane Meyer. As soon as the court handed down its Citizens United decision, Gillespie grasped its promise. Within weeks, he set out to Texas with his fellow Bush White House alumnus Karl Rove to pitch deep-pocketed oil men at the Dallas Petroleum Club on a plan to fund a new kind of shadow political machine. Instead of giving just to the Republican Party or its candidates and having the size of their donations limited, the high rollers could now legally funnel limitless amounts of cash to outside organizations that Rove and Gillespie were about to create, the two operatives explained. These new groups would act as the privatized auxiliary force, and remember we talked about this earlier, that Rove had been dreaming about for years. Remember way back before all this. Karl Rove, the fucking, what was his name? The turd sandwich or whatever? So Bush had a bunch of hilarious nicknames for him. He was like, he dreamed of a never-ending campaign. He dreamed of creating a conservative political machine outside the traditional political party's control that could be funded by virtually unlimited private fortunes. But of course, at the time, this was illegal. But not anymore. So he goes to these fucking oil men. He goes to like the Kochs and the fucking ExxonMobil and like whatever. All these like deep-pocketed oil men, as it says here. Rove told the money men, this is it. All right. This is the fucking quote here. People call us a vast right-wing conspiracy, but we're really a half-assed right-wing conspiracy. Now, he emphasized, it's time to get serious. So vast right-wing conspiracy, turd blossom. Yes, thank you. The turd blossom. So vast right-wing conspiracy was a term I think coined by Hillary Clinton. Hillary talked about, there's a vast right-wing conspiracy that's just against us at every turn during the Clinton administration. And it was one of those things, kind of like basket of deplorables or something like that, where it's like, she's technically right. Like, yeah, there is one. I wouldn't have put it like that, but like, yeah, she's not wrong. That the right seized on. It was like, this idiot actually thinks there's a vast right-wing conspiracy. And like, as I think I've shown, at least this is only in one fucking issue. We're only talking about climate shit. But there's a fucking vast right-wing conspiracy in fucking anti-union shit, fucking anti-healthcare shit, all kinds of vast right-wing conspiracies. But even that shit that was real, that did happen, was nothing compared to this. And I just love so much that this fucking paradigm shift, not paradigm shift, but this fucking, not just of the view of the world, this this moment where the world changed, this turning point for the global power elites, at least the American power elites, is marked by a fucking dad joke from Turd Blossom himself, Karl Rove. Hey, we used to be called a vast right-wing conspiracy, but we were more of a half-assed right-wing conspiracy. Not anymore. Now we will become the fucking vast right-wing conspiracy that fucking they've been talking about. Like you got to be so evil to say that shit. Anyway, all right. Okay, so that's Citizens United. Things get even worse after that. This is from 2011, analyzing the 900 papers supporting. This is from Carbon Brief. Okay, the Carbon Brief analyzed the 900 papers supporting climate skepticism. 9 out of the 10 top 10 authors were linked to ExxonMobil. Oh shit. No, where is it? Where is it? Oh, wait. Sorry, hang on. Okay, stop. Okay, sorry. I've muted it for you guys, but I'm still hearing it. Hang on, I got to fix it. I think it's on this page. Reload page. No, it's not on this page. Where is it? Oh, it's on this page. Fuck off. Okay, reload page. Yeah, it was that page. Okay, that might happen again, but I'm going to get there in like 2 seconds. Okay, sorry, I'm going to turn on the audio capture again. All right. So yes, so think about that. All of these fucking like papers, that are like, actually the climate's fine and we don't need to worry about it, funded by ExxonMobil. 9 out of 10. Out of more than 900 papers concerning relating to a negative environmental or socioeconomic effect of... Oh, God, again? The fuck? Wait. Hang on. Yes, okay, it's this page. Is it this? No. Oh my God. Ugh. Okay, fuck it. Sorry guys, fuck. I just had to delete it. The node. I'm new. See, like, yeah, if I wasn't on Obsidian, I could mute the tab, but because I'm on Obsidian, I don't know. There must be a way to do it. I just don't know how. Sorry about that, guys. Listen, I'm new to the program. I'm going to get better at it, and it'll be a lot smoother next time. But yeah, anyway, so they looked at these 900 papers. The top 10 contributors are responsible for 186 of them. So like almost, like what? That'd be about, 20% of those papers done by 10 people. And 9 of those 10 people funded by ExxonMobil. That's crazy. All right. Now, I want to play this clip from InfoWars in 2011. Oh, excuse me. InfoWars. If you watch enough InfoWars, you can kind of always tell by looking at it what kind of, you can, within a 2 to 3 year time span, you can be like, oh yeah, this is the fucking 2011 set. But here we go. 3930. So he's introducing one of his guests. This is a regular guest of his, a guy who comes on a lot to talk about climate shit. And his name's Lord Monkton. Lord Monkton. It's
like a zombie army wanting to seize power. Lord Monkton, thank you for coming on with us today.
Yes, Lord Monkton looks like that. Okay, take a minute to get over it. This is him, Lord Monkton. Yep. And I think that's fine. I think it's totally fine to look like that. And there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is what he chooses to do with his life while looking like that.
Well, it's a pleasure to be back, Alex, and so soon after yesterday. And of course,
this guy's a fucking caricature of a fucking, wealthy British fucking aristocrat.
I quite understand this is an important moment where yet again an extreme leftist, effectively a Marxist or fascist government. They're the same, whichever side of the...
Effectively a Marxist or fascist government. They're the same, by the way. Don't look it up. They're the same. Please don't look up who they came for first and then they came for poem. But yes, no, fascist and communist, Marxist, all the same thing.
Coin you look has rammed through the carbon tax it had long been talking about, and it did so by buying off a couple of the independents who might otherwise...
Christopher Cousin-Lover.
...might have stood out and done the right thing and would have become instant national heroes if they had, but they're set up for life financially now, so...
Yeah, he looks like he has a botched nose job and a botched every other type of job you can get.
They don't care. It's a very shabby deal that's been done. And I expected this to happen, to be honest. I thought that they would get it through, and I think they'll get it through the Senate as well. This will become law.
Anyway, talking about carbon taxes and shit, I'm going to skip ahead to this part, just because this part I thought was kind of funny. Hang on. So he's in Australia at the time. He's British, and he's been on Alex Jones' show a lot, but he tours around the world, and his only issue is like, I love ExxonMobil, I love Koch brothers, I love oil industry, and all of these laws are actually really mean to them. But he's in Australia at this point because they were talking about doing carbon taxes.
Can you tell us how much time you've spent there and what you saw?
Well, yes, I first was asked to go there in January, February of last year. And I went at the request of two retired engineers from Noosa, patriots, both of them, Kay Smith and John Smead.
Patriots, both of them.
And they were absolutely determined that the other side of the case on the carbon tax should be fairly and squarely put by somebody who could command the headlines. And because the left like to attack me because I'm a peer and I'm an aristocrat and chinless wonder, if you like.
Anyway, I mostly wanted to play for that. He's like, because I'm the left, the radical fascist left, loves to say that I'm a, I don't know, chinless wonder, so to speak, a product of cousin fucking, if you will, that you may notice. Because I'm basically such a butt ugly fucking twat, I do command headlines quite frequently, and I can use that. The left, who I'm unable to look directly at because that particular direction my eyes can't move in. Anyway, I'm sorry. I don't want to make I don't want to make fun of the guy. He would have been great in Weapons. Yeah, the job was botched, whatever the job was. He kind of looks like a pigeon. Could be. Maybe this guy could be from the pigeon lobby. All right. Now, who the fuck is this guy, right? Alex's fucking anti-climate friend goes on, tells him about carbon tax. Well, let's find out. So first of all, first thing you got to know is he's not a lord, and he shouldn't be calling himself that. He's a third, I don't know how to say this, Viscount? I said it wrong in a video once, and people were making fun of me. Viscount? Don't know. Monkton of Brenchley. Like, he's still got a fucking classy name, but he calls himself Lord Monkton. He is not a lord, and he's not allowed to call him that. And the House of Lords in fucking England has, like, I think, like, sent him a whatever cease and desist letter or whatever it is. A British speaker. This is technically what he is: a hereditary peer. Whatever the fuck that is. All right, I do not care at all about this thing. The guy is still a climate change denier in 2026. Isn't that nuts? This is funny. This is from 2007. This is from, like, you know, around the time that Alex was doing the clip that we watched at the beginning where he's like, carbon tax, they actually do want it. And this is a letter he wrote for the Charleston Daily Mail, his home state newspaper. And it was a letter to ExxonMobil, hinting at future congressional action if the company continues to fund scientific debate on the issue. An intemperate attempt to squelch debate with a hint of political consequences. So here's the fucking letter he wrote. From the Viscount Monkton of Brenchley. The U.S. Constitution guarantees the right of free speech. It is inappropriate for elected senators such as yourselves to suggest that any person should refrain from exercising that right, as you've done in your letter of October 27th to the CEO of ExxonMobil. The great corporation has exercised its right of free speech, and with good reason, in openly providing support for scientists and groups that dare to question how much the increased concentration of CO2 in the air may harm the world. You defy every tenet of democracy when you invite ExxonMobil to deny itself the right to provide information to senior elected and appointed government officials. Blah, blah, blah. You get the idea. It's a letter about how ExxonMobil is being bullied by the mean environmentalists. And, oh, the government's so mean. This is the fucking Bush government. This is the Bush government. Bush. George Bush, who is from an oil family. His family is oil. Fucking Dick Cheney. Halliburton, those fucking guys invaded Iraq for oil. Like that was the oil administration, and still 2 environmentalists for ExxonMobil. Well, as it turns out, okay. So the thing I deleted kind of sucks that I deleted it instead of I should have at least saved the fucking link. Oh well. But Lord Monkton works for CFACT, CFACT, and CFACT happens to be. Fucking, let me just see if I can quickly find it. I think, yeah, here it is. Here's the fucking website that had the thing that kept playing. It's like spy music. So desmog. There's a lot of places you can find it, but this one seems to be pretty good. CFACT, Washington D.C. based Committee for a Constructive Tomorrow. Another one of those fucking weird, like, think tank names. Founded in 1985 by David Rothbard and Craig Rucker. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, God. No. All right. Is it? Lead. No, I can find it. So loud, fuck. Like I can see there's videos on here. Hang on. Where is it? Ah, here it is. What the heck is this? Oh, it's a CFACT documentary that auto plays. That picture of Al Gore breathing fire on the earth. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. Okay. Oh, that's such a relief to finally have that out of my ears. Can I find in the page? Oh, no, I can't, I guess. But, wait, hang on. All right. All I really wanted to show you guys was about CFACT, that this thing, the Committee for a Constructive Tomorrow, highlighted in paper, blah, 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 the groups that have received funding from ExxonMobil or the Koch brothers. CFACT has received funding from both. Note that while ExxonMobil has donated over $582,000 to CFACT over the years, Exxon Secret's fact sheet, the oil company reports that it no longer funds the organization. Okay. That was in 2017. So, like, this dude, this guy who's on Alex Jones's page all the time and is whatever, he's funded by the fucking elites. He's funded by the very people who Alex Jones is like, they're lying to you. They're telling you one thing when they really want the opposite. They're lying. No, man. They are lying to you. You're the one spreading their fucking message. You're literally doing that thing. You're saying they do want carbon taxes when they don't. You're the fucking Briar Rabbit, sir. Alex Jones and fucking Lord Christopher Monkton. It's you, J'accuse. It's you. All right. Honestly, really not worth having that page up here. Really not worth it. I'll keep it up though. This one, okay, this is 2015. As you can see, if you watch my recent video on Pizzagate, you can sort of recognize that set, right? It's like the 2015, 2016 InfoWars set. But, are you fucking kidding me? Okay. No. I don't know. I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have kept it around. I got to delete it. Okay. But I did want to show this because it's just kind of a crazy Alex Jones rant that's kind of good. Let's start around 129. We'll go a little bit earlier.
We didn't get Breitbart and Rush Limbaugh and Glenn Beck and Sean Hannity to pick up our talking points. What we're saying's true.
Can I turn it up a bit? Turn it up over here.
You're a criminal gang who wants to make money on all human activities. You point cameras. I've got a stack of news today.
It's funny he complains about like Rush Limbaugh stealing his talking points. He literally stole Rush Limbaugh's talking points and like whole grift. He stole like lines from him and shit.
Where they point cameras in the winter at power plants. And they show what looks like smoke shooting out of them, but it's water vapor. That's why the smoke ends a couple of 100 feet above it, because it's not smoke. It's like the smoke when you're 2 years old you think blows out of your mouth when you go outside in the cold, snowy wind. It's not smoke. It's water condensation.
Yeah, that's what's coming out. Yeah, the fucking coal plants in your neighborhood. That's just fucking like a little kid on the playground at winter breathing out smoke. That's all it is. Don't you know how fucking like coal plants are powered? It's a bunch of children out for recess inside of those big pipes. That's what that is. That's not smoke. That's fine. That's vapor. Okay? It's vape. It's vaping. Okay? Coal is green.
100 feet above it. Because it's not smoke. It's like the smoke when you're 2 years old you think blows out of your mouth when you go outside in the cold, snowy wind. It's not.
When you're 2 years old? Jesus.
Smoke. It's water condensation. Now, I know our listeners know that, but I look at these parlor tricks. They never stop. They're back on the news saying polar bears can't swim and penguins are dying. They can't swim.
He's like, yeah, if all the ice melts and the polar bears have to swim everywhere, that's fine. They can swim. So that they can't swim. It's that at some point they need to have land.
Sheets have both gotten bigger. The planet's going into a cold stage because the sun's going partially dormant. It's a known cycle. It was predicted by all the astrophysicists 50 years ago. It doesn't matter. Because the UN 5 years ago had a vote and said, no, the sun doesn't affect climate one bit.
Totally not true.
That's like saying,
obviously the sun affects climate. That like global warming is like the greenhouse effect involves the sun. Like his straw man of scientists. No, the sun isn't a part. No, the sun is a huge part of it, and the sun itself is heating. Like that is a part too.
Oxygen doesn't affect humans one bit. We'd die without sunlight. We'd die. We'd be absolute zero in a matter of days. The sun is the complete driver. Everything else isn't even a few percentage points in the different metric breakdowns, not thermal energy.
He's so fired up about this thing that he's completely wrong about. What he's saying is not true.
Not different radiation from deep space. None of it. It doesn't even show up compared to that giant thermonuclear fireball. These people feed us pure lies like we're idiots. And the message becomes the medium, becomes the people. You have been fed mindless tripe to the point that most people can't even understand what I'm saying right now. I'm talking about mainline idiots.
Anyway, I don't know if we need to.
It is ridiculous. It is over the top. It is sickening. Oh, but don't worry. Let's play this clip. Obama opened up the summit.
Anyway, you get the idea. But he's just kind of like here's the thing, right? Like, I mean, like he's always been a grifter, I think. Always been a grifter. But like, I'm always caught between, is Alex Jones like actually being paid by these like whatever evil billionaires? I mean, I'm sure he's being funded by them in some way, you know, maybe similar to like the Tim Pool shit or whatever Russia was giving this guy like $1 million a month to say whatever they wanted him to say. Maybe it's something like that. Maybe it's something more covert, but he is so useful to a lot of the like kind of elite powers that I'm actually not sure sometimes, is he just an idiot? is he a useful idiot for these people? Or is he directly like regurgitating their talking points? And honestly, I lean more towards that it is a direct funding thing. I do sort of think, you know, based on like the people he has on his show, like Lord Monkton's like one example, but like the guy has a lot of compromised people on his show that he really shouldn't. No, I don't want that. This is Mother Jones article about the dark money ATM of the conservative movement. All these sort of things here. Heartland Institute, Cato Institute, ALEC. Spending a little bit longer here than I needed, but like this is just kind of like how the Republican Party has been working, essentially, and the Democrat Party too, just not quite as intensely. We've got yes, okay. So this is where things kind of shift a little bit, right? Now, the same sort of thing happened in Canada, and again, please don't tune out, don't change that, don't touch that dial. All right, we are definitely not going to talk about Canada for that long, but I will say something that happened in Canada is that even though like the carbon tax, everybody's against the carbon tax, you know, axe the tax, Pierre Poilievre's big slogan, and then Mark Carney came in and he just kind of fucking ate Poilievre's milkshake, drank his milkshake by just axing the tax before he could even get in. So we haven't even had carbon tax. But here's a weird thing that the carbon companies in Canada have been doing for a while. They want the carbon tax. They're like, yeah, give us a carbon tax, but they're using it as a bargaining chip. Like the fucking like, you can't deny climate change forever, right? Eventually you have to be like, okay, it is real, but it's not us doing it. And then you gotta be like, okay, it is us doing it, but it's not that bad. And you're like, okay, it is that bad, but it's not it's more important that we continue to fund it so that we can use that climate, whatever carbon to find a solution. That's what we like. Eventually your excuses get closer and closer. Like they know they're going to get cut off eventually. Their goal is to pull as much oil as they can out of the ground in the meantime. And what you'll find is in Canada, some oil companies have been like, I'm in favor of a carbon tax, and in exchange, we will get rebates. Like Jason Kenney, the Alberta premier before, was like, he offered rebates. Is that what the word is? Like fucking the opposite of a tariff. I think rebates, I feel like, is more for like individual people. What the fuck's it called when it's for a corporation? Anyway, he offered like these sort of like refunds, whatever you want to call them, to the oil companies that just evened it out so that they weren't being taxed anything at all. Like shit like that. So they would use it as a bargaining chip. And so here's what starts happening in America, okay, around about this time in our timeline. Hang on, this one. This is from, I think this is from Vox. Close. Yeah, from Vox. This is from 2018. Exxon is lobbying for a carbon tax. Weird. The oil giant wants immunity from lawsuits that would make it pay for the damages of climate change. Now, this is another thing. This is like a more radical idea than carbon taxing. It's called polluters pay. I think that's what it's called. Polluters pay, where we figure out whose fault it is that the earth is fucking cooked. We figure out whose fault it is. That would not be hard to do. Like we could pretty easily get the names of the people who are still living anyway, who are the most responsible for why it's so fucking cold this winter and it's so fucking hot in the summer and why the fucking ocean levels are rising and the fucking polar bears are treading water. We could figure out who that is and we could force them to pay because they're all fucking billionaires. We could do that. So at this point, ExxonMobil's like, hey, you know what? Actually, carbon taxes seem like a good call. How about let's do carbon taxes. Actually, we're very pro-environment now, and I think carbon taxes are good. But let's just say, you know what? Just make it interesting. You guys aren't ever allowed to sue us. Does that sound good? That's kind of the move. So like just to go against the subsidy. That's it. Yeah. Carbon tax credits. Yeah. Yes, carbon taxes trade on the derivative market. That's how fucking Tesla has made so much fucking money. Yeah, it's remember those airline whistleblowers? Fossil fuel industry is way bigger than an airline. Way bigger than an airline. The airlines can do fucking shady shit. The fossil fuel industry can invade countries. Okay? fossil fuel industry is the first coup the CIA ever did was on behalf of British Petroleum in Iran. That is what basically the purpose of the CIA was for oil. Why do you think there are so many CIA related oil men from George H.W. Bush fucking on down? Anyway, like fucking, yeah, this is too big of a topic to really cover in one stream, but like I'm mainly trying to get to just give you an impression of how, is this not going to work? This might not work. Of how brutal shit is. And what was this one again? Okay, we'll skip over that. But then Trump comes around, right? And Trump and the Koch brothers hate each other. I'll play you this clip.
A few thoughts now on the battle within the Republican Party. The Koch brothers
Ludobs.
treating Republican candidates.
Why is he so nervous there? This is like a child giving a speech in front of their school.
The Republican Party, the Koch brothers treating Republican candidates.
Why did he get scared? Did he get scared because he's criticizing the Koch brothers?
Politicians and elected officials alike, as if they owned them. Isn't that preposterous? And when they and other donors beckon, the Republican Party seems to rush to please the brothers Koch.
I want to point out, like, this is shit that leftists have been saying for a long time. Not a lot of liberals really cared about this, but like leftists have been saying it for a while. Obama didn't give a shit about fucking, ending fracking or anything like that. But like, this was, the Koch brothers do control the Republican Party. Like they have made the Republican Party theirs. Like they have captured it. And now with Trump, because Trump is against the Kochs, all of a sudden he can say this. He can just say the truth that's been in plain sight for so long.
Trump declined their summons, however, in part, I'm fairly certain, because the Kochs have been less than
How weird is it? Okay, I never watched. I mean, I guess I've seen clips of Dobbs. Is it always like this? Because it looks like he's just literally got his fucking teleprompter up on screen. It's like subtitled. It's like watching a TikTok video.
Full of Mr. Trump, who wants to tear asunder the very establishment they represent. But Paul Ryan, he did genuflect, and he did do as he was told by the brothers Koch. Paul Ryan.
Also like that he calls them the brothers Koch.
Beautifully addressed the Koch donor network yesterday. The House Speaker told the donor class, and the Kochs, of course, that Republicans are facing a, quote, fight for the soul of our party, adding that the party is, quote, trying to restore ourselves as protectors of the market and not of the business. Ryan apparently doesn't grasp the obvious irony of the third most important person in government flying across the country to do his master's bidding. This is without question a struggle for the identity of the Republican Party, but right now it looks as if the Speaker's identity is quite clear, and his identity doesn't reflect well on him or the party. The struggle Ryan referenced is well underway. It's why the GOP establishment attacks Trump with fury equal to that of the left.
Awesome. So anyway, whatever. I'm not going to play the full thing, but you get the idea. So this is weird, right? Because like Trump is bad. Obviously, I don't like Trump, but like it is good to be against the Kochs. It's good to call them out for being super corrupt and like controlling the Republican Party, which I think inarguably they did. And like if you're still confused, check this out. So this is this is from 2024. I saw somebody in here, Koch brothers disappeared, replaced with Elon money. If only that were the case. No, that is not. I mean, one of them is dead, but Charles Koch, who is still alive. I think David Koch died, right? Is that? Do I have the right one? Anyway, whatever. Whichever one it is that's still fucking breathing fucking unpolluted air, is still donating shit, still funding the Americans for Prosperity. Remember them? The guys from the beginning here. And look at this. The money they spent in 2024, this past election, number one was Nikki Haley. By far the majority of their money, almost like half of the money they spent was on Nikki Haley. The second place was Donald Trump. They spent $10 million against. They spent $10 million on attack ads for Donald Trump. That's more than they spent against Joe Biden. So they literally if they're voting with their dollar, they hated Trump more than they hated Biden. Isn't that weird? Yeah, Nikki who? Yeah. Yeah, that was their little pipe dream. They desperately wanted a different candidate. Well, isn't that weird? Isn't that interesting? What was this one I wanted to do? Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is just the website I got that graph from. There's a couple other interesting graphs too, but like, and which one's alive? Yeah, Charles Koch's alive. David Koch died. All right. Now, here's something interesting. So we zoom out a little bit from the Koch brothers. The fossil fuel industry, okay? This is ExxonMobil and everybody else. They spent over $219 million on the Trump campaign. Ted Cruz, one of the biggest fucking oil money sluts. The president got $2,275,000. The Senate got $7 million. The House got $16 million. Outside, but that's directly to their campaigns, right? That's not including the Citizens United shit. This is like the FTC limits. An order of magnitude. Get this, guys. So we have 219 million went directly to the politicians themselves. Okay, great. Old school. How much did they spend in fucking like super PACs and shit? Over $4 billion. $4 billion. Billion with a B. In various contributions to the candidates' campaign committees and outside groups supporting them. Most of the money in politics isn't given to specific candidates. It goes to political action committees, yada, yada, yada. $4 billion from the oil and gas industry trying to get Trump to win and other Republicans. Look at this. Outside spending from the oil and gas industry grew 75-fold. 75 times more expensive, more money spent after 2010. You can see Citizens United in 2010. Look at that shit, eh? Contributions from outside spending and soft money. Individual donors keeps going up too, but wow. Yeah, the world sucks. The world sucks. And then they go into dark money, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, look at this. In 1992, they gave $7 million to Democrats, $14 million to Republicans. This is from the Oil and Gas Corporation. 2024, same money. Their allowance hasn't gone up. $7 million to Democrats, who are corrupt and evil. Like, don't get me wrong. I hate them too. But they gave $59 million now to Republicans. That's crazy, right? That's nuts. I got to say, I'm not happy about it. And why might that be, right? So okay, you got to ask yourself, okay? So the Koch brothers are against Trump. The Koch brothers are against him. They hate Trump, even though they both. I'll read that in a second. They both they fight against Trump. You know, they got the things going here. What do you think's going on there? Ask yourself why the Koch brothers are against Trump. I want to read this, though, too. This is from another one of my favorite books, Who Rules America by Domhoff, which, you know, we've certainly talked about a lot before on this stream, but I wanted to read you guys this quote here. The first Trump cabinet, so this is 2016, began with a Secretary of State who is a former CEO of ExxonMobil and a member of the Business Roundtable. The Business Roundtable is the #1 most influential group, more than Bohemian Grove, more than anything. It has the most crossover from Fortune 500 companies, people on their board of directors. Anyway, he disagreed often with the president and called the president a fucking moron after a contentious meeting in which the president dismissed every piece of information that leaders in state, treasury, and defense departments tried to provide him on major foreign policy and defense issues, including the fact that Iran was in compliance with the nuclear weapons treaty it had signed with the United States. He was replaced. So he kicked off this first guy he had, this former CEO of ExxonMobil, replaced him by an ultra-conservative who had graduated from West Point and eventually became a member of the House of Representatives from Wichita area of Kansas with the financial support of the major owner of one of the largest privately held corporations in the United States, Koch Industries. So he got a fucking Koch brothers guy, a Brothers Koch guy instead of the ExxonMobil guy. That's weird for a guy who supposedly hates Koch. That's only one example. There's a ton of fucking guys with Koch industry ties working in the Trump administration. But that's just one example. Now, I want to, before I tie this all together, I want to go way back. Way back. To 1958, founding of the John Birch Society. John Birch Society, these were the original fucking New World Order guys, okay? These were the guys, I mean, aside from whatever, H.G. Wells or wherever that term originated. Founded by Robert Welch Jr., promoted Americanism as a philosophical antithesis of communism. And I specifically am looking for, here, let me look at the table of contents. Origins. Look at this. Okay. John Birch Society established on December 9th, 1958. And it was founded by, oh fuck, where is it? No, what am I missing here? Retired, blah, 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 blah. Don't care about this. Oh, founding and beliefs. Here we go. This is what I'm looking for. The founding members of the JBS included Harry Lind Bradley, Fred C. Koch. Fred C. Koch. Okay, Koch brothers' dad, founder of Koch Industries. Skipping ahead, Koch became one of the organization's primary financial supporters. According to investigative journalist Jane Meyer, person who wrote Dark Money, David Koch and Charles Koch, Koch's sons, were also members of the John Birch Society. However, they left before the 1970s. A transcript of Welch's two-day presentation at the founding meeting was published as the Blue Book of the John Birch Society. And I want to read a little clip from John Welch's speech at the very first John Birch Society thing. Both the U.S. and Soviet governments are controlled by the same conspiratorial cabal of internationalists, greedy bankers, and corrupt politicians. If left unexposed, the traitors inside the U.S. government would betray the country's sovereignty to the United Nations for a collectivist New World Order managed by a one-world socialist government. Okay, all right, that's 1958. That's Welch. What's his name? I want to say Edgar Welch. That's not right. Not what the fuck is his name? Oh, jeez. Robert Welch. That's Robert Welch. It funded by the Koch brothers' dad, talking about New World Order, one world government, fucking the communists and the whatever fascists and the U.S. government are all controlled by the same people. This is 1958 we're talking about here, okay? This is old school shit. This is the primordial ooze out of which you get shit like the first fucking primates. Gary Allen, who is a major, he's a conservative writer. What else does it say about him? A prominent member of the John Birch Society. He wrote the book, None Dare Call It Conspiracy. I guess with this guy, Larry Abraham, who's kind of like the Edward S. Herman of this world here. And this dude, so he wrote None Dare Call It Conspiracy. I read this book. Really fucking stupid. One of the worst fucking ever definitions of communism I've ever read. Very stupid book, but kind of well written in a weird way where it's like very intriguing sort of thing. Like it really gets you pumped up and like it makes you feel like you're really uncovering secrets that they don't want you to know about. And in the book, they assert the modern political and economic systems in most developed nations are the result of a sweeping conspiracy by the establishment's power elite, for which he also uses the term insiders. They want to put forward their socialist communist agenda, establish an income tax system as a means of extorting money from the common man, establish a central bank deceptively named so that people will think it is part of the government, have this bank be the holder of the national debt, run the national debt and the interest thereon sky high through wars and or any sort of deficit spending, starting with World War I. Council on Foreign Relations, like this is the fucking DNA, right, of the modern kind of conspiracy movement. In fact, this is from Alex Jones's Wikipedia page, and it's his early life and influences. As a teenager, he read None Dare Call It Conspiracy, a book by John Birch Society conspiracy theorist Gary Allen, which alleged global bankers, rather than elected officials, controlled American politics. It had a profound influence on him, and Jones has described Allen's work as the easiest to read primer on the New World Order. Okay. So now we're seeing the full picture here, all right? We got everything going on. We got the Koch brothers, the Koch father founding the John Birch Society. We've got this early right-wing conspiracy kind of movement with the associated with the Barry Goldwater campaign, the John Birch Society, later books like None Dare Call It Conspiracy, the young Alex Jones read. Then we've got the climate movement with Luntz talking about what?
He hits the street, running through the city with fire in his feet.
Yeah.
Punching slabs of beef.
Yeah, he'll do
Sweat
that.
starts to rise. Strength in his heart, you can see in his eyes. It's the fist of freedom, the power, the might, fueled by ultimate burn. He's ready to.
Okay. I sort of want to watch the rest of that. And they say that AI isn't art, but sometimes it really is. Sorry, where was I? I was winding up for my final fucking mic drop moment here. Okay, I've been building to something. All right, I just wanted to kind of to show you guys, like, this is what we're looking at here. What I've tried to sketch out for y'all is an actual conspiracy in the sense that Parenti gives us here. People colluding in secret to pursue illegal, unlawful, or immoral goals with the intent of advancing the interests of people who are not acknowledging their association to this action. This is the very, the fucking textbook definition of dark money. Advancing interests without acknowledging your connection to that advancement. This is what they do. This is what fucking Citizens United allowed them to do, and what they were already doing anyway before that. This is the Koch brothers. This is ExxonMobil. This is fucking Lord Monkton appearing on Alex Jones. This is Alex Jones talking about carbon tax as if that's something that the elites want on InfoWars. This is everything. So all I got to ask is, why is Trump against the Koch brothers? That part. Why is that? Why is that happening? Why is Alex Jones kind of right here? It looks like Donald Trump, maybe he does represent some other side, even though he's still working with Koch brothers guys on his team and ExxonMobil and stuff. He's taking millions of dollars from, how much did he take from them in the last election? $2 million from the oil lobby. Like, what's going on here, right? Well, I would say the best person to explain it would be Alex Jones himself. How the elite control politics.
I wanted to draw a picture for listeners out there, a very simple, crude picture that describes effectively the false left-right paradigm. The Republican Party props up the Democratic Party, and the Democratic Party props up the Republican Party.
All right. I want to replace the Democrat Party and Republican Party with, like, the Koch brothers and the other oil billionaires.
If you had one of the political parties standing on its own, when the wind came along, it would just fall over. When pressure, revolutionary pressure from the population not liking what's going on, or new groups wanting the power structure, which is the main source of revolution. Most of it is driven by evil, just like the elite is driven by evil.
Okay, evil.
Very rare to have a altruistic revolution.
That's kind of funny. Is that true? I guess it's kind of, I don't know. I don't know if I would say that's true. I think most revolutions are driven by good intentions. Sort of like the path to hell. But yeah, like this is what it is, right? Like, it's fake. It's a fake fight because the Kochs have benefited massively from Trump. Or the Koch, I should say now. The Koch has benefited massively from Trump, and he will continue to benefit massively from Trump. He doesn't. What he actually doesn't like about Trump is he's Charles Koch is a libertarian, and he's like, he doesn't like the tariffs and all these sort of like insane, stupid things that Trump is doing to the economy. Like, Charles Koch's like, this guy's nuts. It's way better when we get like a regular Republican in there who doesn't just fucking shit the bed every fucking day. But overall, the guy has made so much money off of Donald Trump. However, when he does put this fucking fight up, people like Lou Dobbs and a lot of people get to play act as though Trump is an elite, you know? It's like, it's like that fucking picture, right? The Democrats, they lean on the Republicans. They support each other. It's like that, but it's like Trump and the Koch brothers. That is what they're doing. That is what they're doing. And I just want to play that other part with where he talks about Rage Against the Machine again too. Just to really bookend this. I think it's around here. Yeah.
Check it out, folks.
Check it out, folks.
Why do you see so many leftists who mean well, like Rage Against the Machine, Tom Morello, or Henry Rollins, who are right on so many issues but then believe in leftist policies? We need a global carbon tax. But there's an elite funding that. No. The elite, the big corporations are against it because the media advertises that big corporations and oil companies are against it. Henry Rollins doesn't know, doesn't have the documents. It doesn't understand that actually that's part of a sophisticated game that, the big corporations say publicly, we don't want this, it's bad, while they actually fund it.
I love it. He puts his hand next to his like, oh no. So like this I find so fucking crazy, right? Like, let me just kind of like spell it out what I'm thinking. I'm sure you guys have maybe come to the same conclusion, or you can tell where I'm going with this. But like what he's just describing there is it's actually accurate. Like it's almost 100% accurate, except he's doing it in reverse, you know? Or he's saying like, yeah, the elites, they try to make you think they want one thing, but they actually want the opposite. It's like, yes, but that is what you are doing. You are trying to say that the elites want a carbon tax so that they can fund their new world order or whatever.
They know the public's awake to the fact that they're corrupt, so the public will be fooled and go and support the agenda. It's please don't throw me in the briar patch. It's the old briar rabbit situation. Here's the political field, and this is where the population resides. And then we supposedly...
The briar rabbit. It's a briar rabbit. Brer rabbit, but yeah. But it is a briar rabbit situation, but it's fucking Alex Jones throwing the fucking world in the fucking briar patch. Like, I am so, like, I don't know. I'm almost fully convinced Alex Jones has been a paid shill since at least the 2000s. I'm almost totally convinced of that. I'm not totally convinced. I don't know. He might just be a very useful idiot. But like, God, the guy, you ever thought of, like, the guy has so much money. Is that all from supplements? Like, supplements will get you rich, but like, doing the work of the most evil ghouls on the planet who have the most money, like, that'll get you fucking wealthy. That'll get you rich as fuck. I don't know. But it's shit like this. I'm like, maybe he's just got fucking completely fucking MK Ultra'd by the John Birch Society by reading the None Dare Call It Conspiracy and being like, oh yeah, the New World Order. That's why we should do everything that's in the benefit of the wealthiest fucking assholes. Like the fucking Nazi Fred Koch. That's another reason why Trump shouldn't hate the Koch brothers, is that he also has a dad named Fred who was a fucking Nazi billionaire. Or I don't know, not a billionaire, but like a wealthy businessman who he inherited his money from. Yeah. Alex Jones' Texas voice is spot on. Thank you. Yeah, it's one of my 5 impressions that I can sometimes do. But gang, yeah, that's what I got. That's what I got. Did I successfully pull that off? I was really trying to build up to that twist ending where I play this thing again. I feel like it kind of worked. Even though I kept getting distracted by the AI Alex Jones shit. Yeah. Vimeo's AI powered now? That sucks. I didn't know that. I don't have anything else planned, but I did see something that I wouldn't mind going into that'll be kind of fresh for me. Like I haven't done research on it myself, which is there's a new Epstein victim who's a man who's come forward, not Sasha Riley. Let me see. Let me see. I think there was somebody from. Oh, geez, I don't know. I'll find it. But let me take a little break here. What can I play for you guys? Let's see. I've got definitely can get something going. What's a good thing to play? Should I just put a Coop video on for you guys? Should I? Oh, geez, I wish I had more shit ready to drop. Let me see here. Or maybe something from the Obsidian board, because I didn't play everything that I had there. Yeah, sure. Why don't I play you guys another video about Citizens United? Sorry. Not the most entertaining thing, but I'll be right back. That's loud, eh? A bit loud.
In Season 1 of The Story of Stuff, we looked at a system that creates way too much stuff and way too little of what we really want. Now we're going to start looking at the stories behind this story of stuff. That's where we'll find ways to turn this situation around. Welcome to Season 2.
Bad for you, bad for America.
He'll put us back on track. Hester ran our state into the ground. Now he wants to be your senator.
Stand up. Say no. Stand up and say no.
Bad for you, bad for America.
Vote for this guy. Vote for this guy.
Aren't you tired of this stuff? Why is it that every election season it becomes impossible to hear the facts over all these misleading ads? And if it seems the problem is only getting worse, that's because it is. We can thank the Supreme Court for that. In 2010, they decided that it would be just fine for corporations to spend as much money as they want telling us who to vote for. Wait, why are corporations telling us who to vote for? Let's get something straight. This is a democracy, rule by the people. I'm a person, you're a person, and Chevron, not a person. So shouldn't elections be all about what people want? Good jobs, safe products, health care, responsible government, clean air and water. It turns out the vast majority of Americans want to see a lot more done on all of these things. But what people want is going to take a back seat as long as corporations can spend millions getting lawmakers elected. Oil companies have gotten politicians to block laws protecting our climate. Manufacturers have pushed through trade agreements that gut product safety and help ship jobs overseas. Insurance companies have been the first ones consulted on health reform, and giant corporations have gotten bailouts and subsidies. Maybe that's why all kinds of people, Republicans, Democrats, independents, are totally frustrated with our government. So how did we, the people, lose control of our democracy to begin with? Let's go back a few centuries. Back then, there were just people. Some of them owned businesses, some of them worked for businesses. Still, there were just people. Then people invented something entirely new, the corporation. These legal entities exist independently.
Whoops, sorry about that, gang. I was muted there. But I was just saying, I sort of feel like corporation is like a weird word, because it sort of sounds like some term from like a high fantasy like novel or something, where it's like some sort of a wizard or like a necromancer or something is able to like incorporate things into like a corporeal, like a corpus, like a body, like create a human out of thin air sort of thing, like incorporate like a corporation or something like that. I don't know, something like that. Like, man, I described it so much better when I had the sound off, but like the corporation kind of sounds like a verb. Like it seems like it's always had some kind of body in it. Like it's always been like, it's obviously not true that corporations are people. That's stupid. But in a sense, it seems like that was always the intention of a corporation. Anyway, all right. Continue.
Independently of the people who own them. If a corporation does something that gets it into trouble, the owners can say, don't blame me, blame the corporation. I'm just a shareholder. When the United States came into existence, corporations were easier to keep in check. Back then, the government would grant them charters for a specific short-term project, like building a bridge or a railroad. Once they fulfilled their purpose, they were disbanded. But over time, the law changed, and corporations no longer had to be turned off once their project was complete. They began to live on indefinitely, with a much more general purpose: profit. And that's how the modern corporation was born. Today's corporations have evolved to have something very dangerous in their programming. Unlike people who are driven by all kinds of motivations, doing the right thing, love for family, their country, the planet, publicly traded corporations are now required by law and the markets to pursue one single motivation above all others: maximize value for shareholders. Make as much money as possible. That's it. No, really, that's what the law and the markets demand. Imagine a friend saying, "The only thing I care about is money." It's not someone you'd want to leave your kids with, or your democracy for that matter. Yes, it is people who run these corporations, but their human motivations come second. If they prioritize anything at all over maximizing profits, they're out of there. Can corporate leaders do good things like give to charity or try to be more green? Sure, but not if it conflicts with maximum profits. And since their humble beginnings, corporations have grown huge. 53 of the 100 biggest economies on Earth now are corporations. So corporations have a single-minded profit motive. They're humongous, and their owners can easily dodge the blame for any harm they cause. That makes them tricky to share a country with. If we want them to serve us and not the other way around, they need some basic ground rules. And that's where the government comes in, setting rules to keep things fair and safe and to protect society from corporations run amok. Now, if their main objective is to maximize profit, do you think corporations are content to follow the rules that keep them in check? No, of course not. They want to write those rules. But who is supposed to write the rules in a democracy? People. That's why one of the corporation's key strategies for sneaking into our democracy is saying that they should have the same First Amendment rights as real live people. And that's exactly how they won the 2010 Supreme Court case known as Citizens United versus FEC. In that case, 5 members of
That's kind of funny. The irony of right-wing folks advocating for us to use the corporation's chosen noun, person, not thing. It's like, actually, the woke right. Corporations are they, thems.
The Supreme Court decided that it's unconstitutional to put any limits on how much money corporations can spend influencing elections. Why? They said these limits violate the First Amendment guaranteeing
Was it going black when I was? That's annoying. I guess YouTube just does that. Sorry, I was trying to get things ready in another tab, but when I do that, the thing goes black. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Okay, whatever. I got it pretty much loaded up here. Let's get into this. I haven't seen any of this. I don't know what to think. This is new to me. I'm seeing it for the first time. Wow. All right. So this is apparently a new victim has come forward from Jeffrey Epstein or something like that. Named Barrett Paul. So let's watch. Let's watch this.
I was trafficked by the former Abercrombie & Fitch CEO and a web of people who are still able to do this because people continue to act like they care but don't actually care. Regarding the Epstein files, I need you to please listen to me and listen to me for the entirety of this. Save this, share this, help me get this out there because this is important. Men and boys are absolutely included in all of this. Many of you know my story. Many people still don't know the story because it has been pushed down over and over because people don't like to understand that men and boys have always been victims in all of this as well. The person behind Abercrombie & Fitch at the height of it all, former CEO who I'm talking about, and I refuse to say his name on here because he does.
Is that Les Wexner?
Not get to take up space in my world anymore. The person who enabled him from the
Les Wexner, Abercrombie & Fitch is part of L Brands, right? Or no? Am I wrong? I think that's right. Is it? Abercrombie & Fitch. Is this? Oh, Mike Jeffries. Oh, okay. I guess that's who he's talking about. The CEO, Mike Jeffries. Was Wexner involved in Abercrombie, or am I? Oh, what? No, I don't want to add a bookmark to this page. That would be so crazy. excuse me, Wexner. Oh, yes. Okay. So it did, yeah, okay. Was sold to Les Wexner's vehicle, the Limited. Actually, oddly enough, this acquisition happened around the time that I believe 1987 is when Epstein met Wexner, and by 1988 he was like his number one financial advisors. Okay, then it was purchased by the Limited, L Brands. Under the Limited, later rebranded itself as L Brands. Abercrombie & Fitch gradually shifted its focus to young adults. Okay, interesting age range here. Hired Mike Jeffries, CEO, in 1992. So that's who he's talking about, right? Mike Jeffries? Sorry, let me just go back a little bit. Men and boys still included. There's always been victims. Person behind, okay, here we go.
Always been victims in all of this as well. Person behind Abercrombie & Fitch at the height of it all, former CEO who I'm talking about, and I refuse to say his name on here because he does not get to take up space in my world anymore. The person who enabled him.
Yeah, so it says up here, alleged ex-CEO Mike Jeffries. Okay, interesting.
From the beginning was Lex Wexner.
Oh, okay, so, okay, yeah.
Lex Wexner is...
Les Wexner, but it's okay. I make that mistake too.
Also the person who enabled, from the beginning, Jeffrey Epstein. As you connect more of these dots, you realize that this has been going on for a very long time, and it's still going on to some capacity because these industries, like the modeling industry, are predatory.
Guys, what am I always saying? The modeling industry is a fucking sex trafficking ring. Barely disguised.
And they are a front for so many other things that are not what the world wants to know. I want to speak directly to survivors right now. Please take care of yourself. The world is using this as fodder. A lot of people that don't actually care about this are now going to use this to get engagement, to get likes, to get follows. And I'm grateful that noise is being made, but it's so sad because we've known this for so long. And if people just believe survivors, we wouldn't be in this position to begin with. Please take care of yourself. Turn these things off. Don't engage with the people who are not actually coming at this with sensitivity and nuance and looking to actually help push this conversation forward so that justice can actually be had. What we're fighting is a system that was built by predators for predators. It's
all right. So, okay. First time I've seen that. And I will say, like, I was a little skeptical at first. But right now I will say, like, to me, that all seems to fit. Like, I don't think that sounds unreasonable. It doesn't. It sounds a lot more likely to be borne out by the facts than the Sasha Riley case did. As I was kind of getting into, like, the Les Wexner connection, Epstein, like, it all sort of fits in. And I mean, when he's talking about the modeling industry, yeah, like that is the case. Models are exploited. The concept of a supermodel, you like, no, if you do this job that, like, if you do what we say here at like Elite Models or MC2 or fucking Abercrombie and Fitch or wherever, like, you could make a ton of money as a supermodel. But barely anyone gets to that point. And there are so many thousands of girls and men and women and boys who never get to that point and just are, like, chewed up and spat out by the industry. And the industry itself, as I constantly say, garbage industry. It should be abolished. Abolish modeling. Not okay. There has to be, like, I don't think it can be reformed. It is almost purely a sex trafficking ring. Not even a ring, just like an industry, a sex trafficking industry. And in that sense, like, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, it makes sense to me intuitively without doing any research to back anything up.
I was trapped.
That, something like this could be possible within Abercrombie and Fitch, given especially what we were just looking at here. Oh, no, not that page. At the timing here, 1988. Les Wexner bought Abercrombie. And then 92, Mike Jeffries got brought on. This is when Epstein was extremely involved in Les Wexner's affairs here. Les Wexner himself also seems kind of gay or bisexual, maybe, right? Like, a lot of people think that he and Epstein had a thing. And I am one of those people, actually. I do think that they probably hooked up. I think that was part of Epstein's manipulation of him. this weird reclusive billionaire. Because Les Wexner, he's not like a party animal. He doesn't go out. He doesn't go out much. Incredibly wealthy, but he doesn't like to party that much, right? Like he's kind of awkward. I think there's a story about him meeting Trump, and Trump met him, and he's like, Les Wexner, who the fuck are you, and how the fuck did you get so rich, or something like that. He was like, because he was like, why haven't I ever fucking heard of you? Let me see if I can find it. Les Wexner, Trump, how the fuck did you get so rich? Nope, not how Epstein got so rich. Oh, yeah. One anecdote from Leslie Wexner and Leon Black. I don't know what site this is. Saklikoff.com/blog. Okay. One anecdote reveals Trump's characteristic brazenness. At an Aspen party in the 1980s, a brash Trump approached the then low-profile Wexner and quipped, "Nice to meet you. Now, how did you get so fucking rich?" This encounter underscored that Wexner, although a powerhouse in the business, kept a relatively low public profile at the time, enough that Trump only knew him by reputation. There's no evidence Wexner ever engaged in joint business ventures or real estate deals with Trump. Anyway, whatever. Who knows if that's true? But I had heard that anecdote as well. All right. Okay. I got some other stuff here. What's this? LAPD looking for more victims sexually assaulted by fake modeling agent. All right. And is this William Thomas? I don't know exactly what this has to do with the thing we just read. Is there any more information here? Okay. Hey. 2024, former CEO of Abercrombie & Fitch and two other individuals charged with sex trafficking and interstate prostitution. And that's, what's his name again? Mike Jeffries. Employed a referral system and interview process that did not inform men of the details of the sex events before they attended. Caused men to believe that attending the sex events could yield modeling opportunities with Abercrombie or otherwise benefit their careers. Oh my God. Tale as old as frickin' time. Caused men to believe that not complying with the requests for certain acts during the sex events could harm their careers, required men to relinquish their personal items, including clothing, wallets, cellular phones, store them in an inaccessible location during the sex events, required men to sign non-disclosure agreements. Yeah, okay, that's a big Trump thing. The NDAs. I mean, that's a lot of guys do that. But Trump is like obsessed with that shit. On more than one occasion when men did not or could not consent, Jeffries and Smith violated the bodily integrity of the men. Who's Smith? I guess we don't know. Violated the bodily integrity of the men by subjecting them or continuing to subject them to invasive, sexual, violent contact by body parts or other objects. All right. On more than one occasion, Jeffries and Smith directed others to inject or personally injected men with an erection-inducing substance for the purpose of causing the men to engage in sex acts the men were incapable or unwilling to engage in. Oh, God. Horrible. That's awful. Jesus. Oh, correction. His last name is Powell, not Paul. Okay, Barrett Powell is his name. Okay. Interesting. I'm trying to figure this out here. I'm looking at a Discord right now that goes over this Discord conversation about this. But elite modeling. Should I just kind of go off and try to figure out more about these guys? All right. Barrett Paul. Maybe I'll see if there's more articles about it. Oh, is this? Yeah, William Thomas Jr. Barrett Paul. Or Barrett Powell, rather. Ex-male model. Oh, okay. His Instagram. And so he's been speaking about being sexually abused as a model for like a long time, it looks like. But just recently he's been like, this was part of the Epstein thing. Okay, let me just add in Epstein. The Epstein files are being exposed 5 years ago. explains his stance on the Epstein files. The Epstein gay connection. The Epstein gay connection. Like, we need to look into gay. I believe gay is heavily implicated in the Epstein files. Okay, New York Post. Why not? And this is from 2021. Barrett Paul, sexual abuse at the hands of fashion photographer Rick Day. This is from 2021, so he was 33 at the time, so he would have been in the 90s. Yeah, he would have been like a baby. So he's talking about his time, I guess, would probably have been in like the 2010s, right? Am I wrong with that? No. The 2000s, I guess. Math's so hard, man. Fuck. I guess, yeah, it would have been the 2000s. He described his television encounters in a YouTube video, then to Advocate in 2018. Men also suffer from unwanted sexual advances. Okay. Interesting. Here's his what's it called? Epstein files. Model agencies are the key. I sort of think this is... Oh, fuck. I can't... I forgot. I can't... For some reason, Instagram just doesn't work on my Chrome. Is that weird? 4 months ago. Okay, that's too long.
Congressman Tom Barrett stops in Charlotte and shares...
Tom Barrett. That's not the guy we're talking about. Oh, and this video isn't available anymore. Okay. Well, that's no good. That doesn't really help. Is that... Yeah, if there's don't have some contemporary record of what was going on, there are like 2 billion other people that could start doing this. Every time you say Les Wexner, I think Len Trexler. Now I want to watch Archer. Was Len Trexler a character on Archer? Literally, the part I thought this was about... Oh, yeah, we talked about him before. Yes, thank you. Oh, ow. Lex lends to their credibility because it means they've likely only heard the name rather than... Yeah, I mean, like, if... Yeah, true. I mean, yeah, honestly, like, I don't know. Gut feeling, I believe this guy. But it doesn't seem like it's that connected to Epstein. It seems like it's connected to Wexner, and maybe Epstein helped Wexner create this sort of thing. But like, my gut feeling is, no, this seems real. No, I am signed in, aren't I? Oh, no, I'm not. All right, well, all right, whatever. All right, I guess I can sign in. Hang on. You guys don't get to see my shit. How do I sign in on this friggin' thing? Oh, no, I am signed in. Weirdly. Yeah, I'm totally signed in. Yeah, it does Instagram work on your computers? It doesn't work on mine. It hasn't in like a long time. I'm kind of like, whenever I'm on here, I'm like, oh, it doesn't work. I'm like, well, why am I even on Instagram anyway? So I've never bothered to fix it. But no, I'm signed in. These are my subscriptions. Barrett Paul. Oh, will it work now? Let's try. No. Nope. Can't open anything. What if it's a real? What if it's real? Nope. Open like a new tab, maybe. Huh? Yeah, okay, now it works. Okay.
And here's why. After spending 10 years in the modeling industry, this is what I've learned. You will 100% have to do...
Wait, is this the same guy? No. Barrett Paul? Is that him from the tweet? Oh, yeah, okay, no, yeah, that's him. Sorry, I didn't recognize those cheekbones. For some reason, he looked a little bit different to me.
Deal with creeps that are actually photographers, agents, and managers. Statistically speaking, less people will make it as a professional model than they will as a professional athlete. You'll be forced to work for free to build your portfolio. I've been on the cover of 4 magazines.
Okay, yeah, that is true. And like, I mean, I'm sure that's the case in the male modeling industry. Definitely the case in the female modeling industry. From what I understand, like from watching that movie Triangle of Sadness, I guess like male model, like the modeling industry is kind of a weird, the gender politics there are weird with the models themselves, where it's like female models or like women models typically make a lot more money than male models. But of course, the industry is intensely patriarchal, and like the dude, the agents, the fucking scouts, the photographers are almost all men. But the male models themselves have like, maybe you could argue in some ways less power than women models.
And I wasn't paid for a single one. It's basically expected that you'll be naked pretty much anywhere people want you to be. I've hung out with the most beautiful people in the world, and they are the most insecure people you will ever meet because of this industry. There's zero accountability for sexual predators. There's no union for models. There are a bajillion hidden fees.
We gotta get unions going. I mean, modeling industry, I don't know if it can be saved, but at least we should let these beautiful people form collective bargaining.
What you pay to your agency. Health insurance. What's health insurance? Now I'm going to ask you 6 important questions, and I would greatly appreciate to have your answers in the comment section. Thank you as always for saving this, sharing this, watching the entire thing. First, did you know that up until recently, every major modeling agency required you to sign away your legal power of attorney, that they could do whatever they want and get away with it?
Because this is a big thing with Trump modeling agency where T models or whatever they called it, Trump models, that Epstein specifically was like, I want to have the exact same contracts as Trump's agency. Told his guys, like, it's all sex trafficking.
That's only recently changed because of the Model Alliance, which I'm so grateful to be a council member of, but is still a common practice. 2, did you know every major modeling agency is considered a management company, which means that every model signed to them is considered an independent contractor, which is how they don't have to give you health insurance, which is how that there's no legal protections for you. And if anything happens to you, they are not liable. 3, did you know that when we at the Model Alliance were coming together to form legislation to properly protect models in a way that would maybe allow us to make a union similar to SAG or AFTRA, most of the major modeling agencies came together to create their own group to fight the legislation that we were putting forth.
Remember what I always say? I mean, I don't always say it, but I always quote the great G. William Domhoff, who did say, the number one priority of the power elite is to stop all unions. No one should be allowed to collectively unionize. No one should be able to do that. Yeah, that's like, I mean, yeah, that's what they do. Then of course they would do it in the modeling industry, an extremely exploitative industry where how the fuck are you supposed to, survive without unionizing? You just got to do whatever your bosses say.
To protect the people in their industry. Why do you think they did that? Who owns most of the major modeling agencies? What companies have founding and backing in them? How does this all connect back to the Epstein files? When you can,
I mean, yeah, like it does in an extremely direct way.
Connect those dots, you will unlock so much. I have been trying to have this conversation publicly since 2014. You can go to my YouTube, which uses the same name, and scroll back and see other videos that are much longer where I go into more details about all of this. It's been 12 long years, y'all. If you're new here, welcome to our love army. Much love, y'all. You should be a model. No, you shouldn't, and here's why. After
That's funny. Sorry, I just thought the way that guy started that video. Okay, yeah, I'd heard about this. It doesn't seem like it's directly, yeah. Okay, I mean, like, yeah. A former Abercrombie & Fitch model has alleged ex-CEO Mike Jeffries trafficked him into Epstein's circle. So it doesn't seem like Epstein was directly involved, right? But he's like Les Wexner, blah blah blah, the circle, like. Yeah, these people they're a socially cohesive, unit, the modeling industry and the elites in general. But like Epsi had a modeling company with Jean-Luc Brunel, MC2. Les Wexner had a bunch of fucking modeling companies and a bunch of clothing lines, including Abercrombie & Fitch and Victoria's Secret and blah, 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 all these other things. Pink. I don't know. There's a bunch. And then Mike Jeffries, Abercrombie & Fitch guy, like, it's the fucking modeling world. But even beyond that, you've got elite models, which is John Casablancas' thing, and that guy's like an actual pedophile. You've got Ford models, where John Casablancas started with like the fucking whatever Fords, that they were constantly partying with Epstein and Trump and whatever. And you have Trump Trump had the modeling thing. Trump had the fucking beauty pageants. Like, I mean, this seems completely reasonable to me. So far, I see no reason to be skeptical. I think it's, I mean, I hope the modeling industry gets fully exposed. We need, like, you know that movie fucking Blackfish, where everybody watched it and they're like, oh my God, we're doing that to killer whales? Jesus Christ. I'm never going to Canada's Wonderland again, or wherever you guys go. Or not Canada's Wonderland. Marineland. Marineland. Sorry. I forgot. Niagara Falls, Ontario. Always a fun place to go. Unless you're a whale, in which case it will be a living hell each day. Yeah, is a circle just guys who work for Les Wexner? Yeah. I mean, I guess, yeah. Seems like it. Like, unlike the, I will say, unlike the Sasha Riley story, where I'm like, okay, like every part of his story, I'm like, never heard of that before. Never heard of this before. That's crazy. Did not know that was a possible thing. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, with this one, I'm like, oh yeah, yep, makes sense. I knew about this. That fits. Like, so yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is a thing, but I don't know if you can call this guy an Epstein victim, right? Did he say sorry? Should I watch it again? Let's watch it one more time. Maybe I missed it. Did he say
I was trafficked by the former Abercrombie & Fitch CEO,
Mike Jeffries,
and a web of people who are still able to do this?
Yep.
Because people continue to act like they care, but don't actually care. Regarding the Epstein files, I need you to please listen to.
So, like, yeah, I don't think this guy, because everybody's been like, a male is in the Epstein file or whatever. Like, there's a male survivor, and it's just like, doesn't seem.
Is that what he's... And listen to me for the entirety of this. Save this, share this, help me get this out. And boys are absolutely included in all of this. Many of you know my story. Many people still don't know the story because it has been pushed down over. This is person behind Fitch at the height of it all, former CEO who I'm talking about, and I refuse to say his name on here because he does not get to take up space in my world anymore. The person who enabled him from the beginning was Lex Wexner. Lex Wexner is also the person who enabled from the beginning Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, the person who enabled Mike Jeffries was also the person who enabled Jeffrey Epstein.
As you connect more of these dots, you realize that this has been going on for a very long time, and it's still going on to some capacity because these industries, like the modeling industry, are predatory and they are a front for so many.
Sorry to go through. I just know you guys have just heard this, and I have too. So yeah, like. I think it's a little weird that people are calling this, a male survivor of Epstein. This guy, like, it's not even clear from this that he ever even met Epstein. He's just saying, I was abused by the CEO of Abercrombie & Fitch, Mike Jeffries, who was enabled by his boss, Lex Wexner, as he says, who also is the guy who enabled Epstein. That isn't the same thing as saying he's an Epstein survivor, or that, like, Epstein, as I've seen, people have been saying, what was it? I had searched this. Where did it come up? I don't know. There was something that was like, wow, Epstein was the Epstein gay connection, wasn't it? Where did I see that? Oh yeah, here it is. Barrett Paul is the ideal whistleblower to expose all those involved in the Epstein gay connection. Oh, is that the one that wasn't available anymore? Ah, frick. Frick, I say. Frick you, YouTube, for allowing people to delete videos or whatever. Dang it. I wanted to know about the Epstein gay connection. Because normally I'm like, when people are like, male survivor Epstein, like with Sasha Riley, I'm kind of like, really? Okay, I will immediately view you with a skeptical eye. But in this case, I'm just, that seems right. Yeah, I think what he's saying is fair, and if I'm not mistaken, I think that's all I can get of the guy so far. But I mean, we should totally dig into this more. Like, oh man, I'm so far over to this side. I should really adjust. Hang on, can I do it like this? Okay, there we go. I should have done that a while ago. Hey, Ponius the Wolf Dude, finally catching you live. Blah. What's going on, gang? I don't know, guys. Hey, listen. Okay, and let me just sum up that thing in case we want to make a clip of it. So, yeah, no, I will be following that with interest. I mean, I think people should, if there's one good thing that might come out of the Epstein scandal, it should be a closer look on the modeling industry. So, yeah, I hope that guy's voice gets amplified because of his connection to Les Wexner and, you know, perhaps Epstein as well. That guy seems legit. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say on that. Because, you know, sometimes you watch the clips on YouTube and it's like the video just ends, and I'm like, oh, I should have put it a little. You know, like when you're writing an essay, you're like, in conclusion, all of my points have proven my thesis, and you are convinced. That's why I'm the smart one, and I deserve an A+ in this history of the world class, grade 11. The West and the world. Sincerely, James. James C. Goblin. That's my real name, government name. Hasn't the average recovering Fitch guy already had a bunch of that allegations? I think he has. Yeah. I think we were kind of looking at that a second ago. Traction from other people in the marketing industry is what you'd look for after this. Yep, sure. Does he claim to have met Wexner? I'm not sure. He calls him Lex Wexner. To be fair, I've called him that, I think. I in one of my videos, I call him, what did I call him? I think I call him Wexman or something like that. It's a hard name to say. Wexner. Les Wexner. That's fucked up to have that be your name. That's the name you want? Jesus. That's not right. Even if this is true, I almost reject it categorically because it could be an effort to align the real thing to QAnon. What do you mean? Wait, huh? I don't understand. Was Les Wexner doing anything good? Well, he was contributing to my sexual awakening with the Victoria's Secret catalog when I was a young boy. Wish I didn't say that. That was not worth saying. Yeah. Okay. Guys, I'm not sure what to talk about right now. Is there anything else that's cool going on? I don't know what to do because I normally keep my I normally plan out everything I do. And I'm just realizing, like, man, I guess the thing I prepared didn't take as long as I expected. So maybe I should do something else. Because I'm just having fun streaming and I don't want it to be over right away. But also, I don't really want to, like, do a thing that'll take me a few hours. I'm going to have shit that I've planned to go over before that I haven't. Should we watch the new Coop video? Yeah, I think we should watch the new Coop. Let's watch the new Coop. Everybody's favorite slop tuber, Coop, scooper of Coop. God, this guy puts out so much content. It's so impressive. Look at this. This is from one day ago, the one we're about to watch. Last week before that, 8 days ago. 2 weeks ago, he put out a fucking almost like a 47-minute long one. 3 weeks ago, 42 minutes long. 3 weeks ago again. 2 in the same week. That's crazy. I could never put out this much. It's so impressive. Everything you need to know about Epstein before the new release. Is Tim Walz a Chinese spy? The evidence. Oh, geez. Oh, and it looks like he's upped his production quality too. Man. Okay, let's just check out the new one. It's been a while. It's been a while since we checked in on the Coop Meister.
Today, we're going to be talking about money. Why are we talking about money? Well, I often get asked, what is a great intro conspiracy that could get even the most NPC-minded individual into this realm of conspiracies that we live in? And my answer to that question is found right in your pocket.
Oh my God, is he gonna fold the bill to show the 9/11? I hope so. That's the best one.
Or more specifically, your wallet or purse. And when you start looking at what we hold on to every day and use for the most basic transactions, there are all sorts of occult symbols and symbolism on our currency, and it's sitting there right in front of you. And today, we're gonna dive into just that, starting with probably the most famous of all, the $1 bill. Before we look specifically at the bill, we're gonna talk about the number 13. When you hear the number 13, most people might think of Friday the 13th, or it's an unlucky number. Some buildings even skip the 13th floor in the elevator, just for the sake of avoiding that number. And that's not a coincidence. When we look at one of the most prominent cults in our world as it stands, that would be the Freemasons. The Freemasons are
the prominent cults. Freemasons aren't a, I mean, well, I guess you could argue they're a cult, because I think at a certain level you do have to accept the three-headed god of whatever, right? Right? Is that right? Or am I just falling prey to... It's always funny to me when people bring up the Freemasons, because these guys used to be like the boogeyman of a lot of conspiracy theories in, like, you know, pre-JFK assassination America. Because they're a secret society, and like nobody really likes secret societies, right? Like they get suspicious of them. They get suspicious of any group of people that's kind of whatever, hanging out and meeting in private and not telling you what they're meeting about. And I don't know. I forget where I was going with that. What were we talking about? Oh yes, he calls them one of the biggest cults or something, right?
And symbolism on our currency, and it's sitting there right in front of you. And today, we're gonna dive into just that. Starting with probably the most famous of all, the $1 bill. I went
way too far back.
Before we think of floor in the elevator, just for the sake of it as it stands. And that's not a coincidence. When we look at one of the most prominent cults in our world as it stands, that would be the Freemasons. The Freemasons are an ancient occult organization. They phrase themselves as a secret fraternal organization.
I mean, a cult, I believe that's just sort of means like hidden, right? I mean, could you describe the Freemasons as a cult?
But it goes much deeper than that. In fact, one could trace their roots to the better part of 1,000 years ago. And there are a multitude of reasons why they hold the number 13 in such.
Yeah, my grandpa was a Mason. My uncle was a Mason. And when my grandpa died, my uncle was like, man, the fucking Masons didn't help out at all with the fucking, I don't know, funeral or whatever. And he expected them to, I guess. And then he left the Masons. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, lots of people with family members in the Masons, huh? Officers in the Metropolitan Police must tell bosses if they are a member or have ever been a member of the Freemasons. The forces announced. Really, from 2035, that's crazy. Yeah, a cult, yeah, that's kind of true, I guess, right? A cult, I mean, not really. Although I think I believe that apparently, I think at a high level of the Masons, there is a religious aspect. It's almost like the Gnostics sort of thing, where they let you come in thinking it's one thing, and then they're like, and by the way, we believe in this. Or maybe that's wrong. Maybe that's a conspiracy theory that I heard and believed. I don't know if that's true.
Reverence. It's seen as a spiritual number, but more specifically to the Freemasons. On Friday the 13th of 1307, King Philip IV...
Do people think 13 is an unlucky number because of the Masons? Is that true?
Executed Knights Templar for a host of crimes that they were engaged in. And now when you think of the Knights Templar, you might remember National Treasure, or you might just have an image of a knight with the red cross and the white armor. But it does...
National Treasure's good. Good Nick Cage movie.
Let's go deeper than that. Still, the Knights Templar, since shortly after its inception, was infiltrated by the Freemasons and became, even today, one of the most powerful sects of Freemasonry. Their historical role was holding on to things like the Knights Templar treasure and all sorts of other secrets that have still maintained their secrecy to this very day, giving them a sort of power that most organizations can only fathom. In addition to what happened in 1307, it is also known that there are other events the Masonic people are believed to have participated in that occurred on the 13th of various months, often May. And there is a ton more context we could add to this going back to thousands of years. And if you're curious, I'm gonna have a couple links below for more information. But for now, it's just important to know that it is a very ritualistic and occult connected number. With that aside, we are now going to dive into the number 13 and how it presents itself very frequently and very strangely on the US $1 bill. Now, it's important that we went through all the Freemason context because Most people probably are aware in this genre of content that many of our founding fathers here in America were Freemasons, and not just Freemasons, but very high-ranking ones at that. Knowing that, and that the man...
Yeah, right? Like, yeah, I think a lot of secret societies and stuff, you know, things that are kind of clandestine, whatever you want to call it, occult, hidden world, have a lot of similarities, and it's not necessarily like it doesn't prove that they're like actually connected or anything. I think it's just like, that's how secret societies tend to work. If you have a secret society, you can't go around telling people what it is. And that's why you keep it a secret.
Who designed the US dollar bill was both a founding father and a Freemason. It shouldn't be surprising that they hide things that are important to them in their work. If you have a dollar bill with you and we were to turn it over...
Where do we think that Coop's filming this right now? Do we think he's in like his dad's office or something? What's all this? World War II. Hitler. Was that a book called Hitler? What? No, what does it say? I don't know. Something with a swastika on it. Mayo Clinic. What is this? What is this? No way is Coop reading all these books. Coop uploads 2 20-minute videos a week on YouTube. No way is he reading. There's no way. I don't buy it.
Over to the backside, that's where we're going to begin with pointing out these strange phenomena. The first thing to point out is the very obvious and probably most...
Propaganda do? No, I don't know what that is. What's that?
Strange phenomena. The first thing to point out is the very obvious and probably most obviously occult symbol on this entire thing, and that would be the pyramid. But since we haven't even started with the 13s yet, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. It's worth bringing up the pyramid though, because right above it you can see the Latin phrase annui coeptis, which...
Right. Oh, fuck. At one point I did know what this meant. I can't remember. But I know the bottom one, and this is maybe also like was it Novus Ordo Seclorum? Sort of sounds like New World Order. And I think it means a new order Seclorum. I forget. But it's like sort of, so this is the back of underneath the Great Seal. This is the Great Seal of the U.S., I guess. And the other side of the bill has the other half of it, which is the eagle with the arrows and the fucking, what is it, fig leaves or something? Those are the two parts of the seal. And yeah, this is the one side of it, and it's like the new order of something, and it's like year is an annuity, yearly. Masonic people. Dude's tripping. It's not an ethnicity. That's funny. Yeah, that definitely looks like a 60-year-old man's office, right? That's what I'm thinking. Anyway.
Which I did not pronounce correctly. And if you were to take to counting, you would notice that there are 13 letters in that phrase. We'll get to what it means later.
Isn't there a thing about there's 13 steps on the pyramid that represent the 13 colonies of the U.S.? And I think like the Nova Ordum Seclorum or whatever it says is like supposed to be like, hey, the U.S. is a new form of government that's going to change the world or something like that.
So let's continue to the next 13 on this very pyramid. Going to the bottom of the pyramid this time, you're going to notice that there is the following Roman numerals at the bottom of it. MDCCLXXVI.
Bro, right. 1776, I think.
That might not mean anything, except for probably...
That might not mean anything. No, that's in Roman numerals.
Some weird old people stuff. It actually translates into 1776.
Yeah.
Cool news, right? But doesn't really matter.
Cool news.
Matter for the 13s, or at least not at first. But if you were to count the Roman numerals, you notice that there are 9 of them. And if you were to count the 1776...
Okay, bro, come on now. You think I know that like the fucking hippies that get into numerology and shit could be convinced by this. This is too fucking weird to convince normies. You'd literally be better off folding the 20 into the World Trade Center on fire. This is like, and 1776 has 9 digits. Okay. So, and then the number 1776 has 4, and then 9 plus 4 is like.
Adding those together, we have our...
So is this a conspiracy between the fucking ancient Romans that figured out their idiotic way of counting and the Illuminati? And it makes 13? Whoa.
And 13. Continuing with the pyramid, one will notice...
So fucking stupid. That's one of the dumbest ones I've heard.
Pretty quickly, that if you were to start counting the tiers of bricks that make it up, before you get to the all-seeing eye, there are 13 levels. So
right, and I believe that does actually represent the 13 colonies of the U.S.
We have several 13s, but staying with the same side of the seal.
And also, if the Masons thought 13 was unlucky, wouldn't they think that's bad?
If you were to go through the center of it and look off where this floral design is, there are these bulbs or circles. I'm not quite sure what they're supposed to be, but if you were to count them all up, there's another 13 of them. And I know there's another Latin phrase at the bottom beneath the pyramid. We're gonna get to that one in a second when we get into the meaning section. Flipping over to the right half of the back of the $1 bill now, you're going to find an eagle with a shield.
Oh yeah, Oceania goes hard as fuck. And I think when this was designed, right, it's like the 1800s at some point. There's a whole thing with like U.S. money, right, where like the process of designing it. I believe that symbol of the pyramid with the eye on top was just kind of like a popular thing. Anyway, I don't know. Let's see.
And some stuff going on. Now looking at the eagle,
there's the other part of the seal, the Great Seal of the United States. And this is, if you see the Oval Office, this seal is what's on the carpet of the Oval Office. I think that's right. Is that the Oval Office one? And so it's got, it's holding arrows in one hand and what is it? A fig leaf, I think? Fig leaves? Is that what it is? And it's a representation of war and peace. And with the carpet in the Oval Office, now I don't know if this is true. I'm pretty sure I read this in like a Dan Brown book or some shit. But from what I've heard, whatever direction the eagle is looking at signifies whether the country is at war or isn't at war. So when the country's at peace, we see this eagle that's looking to the fig leaves, and when the country's at war, it looks to the arrows. But that's the carpet in the president's house. That's not. I don't know if they would change. I don't think they'd change that on the $1 bill. But they actually have to get somebody to bring in the new carpet, take it out once war is declared.
Bottom right foot, as we see it, in his talons there are 13 arrows, which are meant to represent war, as in we're always ready to go. And
is
on
it
the left
13
there,
arrows? Really? Is that really? That doesn't seem. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yep, there's 13.
The
okay.
eagle at the bottom right foot, as we see it, in his talons there are 13 arrows, which are meant to represent war, as in we're always ready to go. And on the left there is an olive branch. Counting it up, this olive branch has 13 leaves. Looking really closely, do you notice that there are 13 olives on that olive branch? Shifting our gaze...
olive branch, sorry, I kept saying fig leaves. Olive branch, that's right, yeah.
Looking really closely, do you notice that there are 13 olives on that olive branch?
Yeah, there are. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And there's 13 leaves. Well, there really are a lot of 13s, huh?
Shifting our gaze to the middle, you would notice that there is a shield.
But there's 13 colonies, right? I'm right about that, right? Guys, you Americans, don't you guys get beat over the head with your fucking founding fathers' fucking mythology, the founding myth of your country? 13 colonies, 1776, yada, yada, yada. That's how the U.S. started. Like, I think that's what these 13s are. I don't think it has anything to do with the Masons. I mean, maybe it's both. Who knows?
On the eagle, and this shield has on the bottom 3/4 13 separate lines. First,
yeah, artist. Fuck, that's also 13. Shit.
That may seem to be all just the number 13, but taking it a step further, it is believed, based on some of the original writings and some later interpretation, that these two lines represent two different beings. The white lines representing man, and the darker lines representing God. If you were to look really closely, people get this idea because each of these black lines is actually comprised of 3 separate lines meant to represent the triune God. And even further analysis would show us that there are fewer lines for God than for man. And if you know anything about the Masons, they most certainly view themselves as being above God. Scooting up above where we just were.
I don't think that's true.
You notice that there is a block of...
If you know anything about the Masons, they most certainly view themselves as being above God. Is that right? Do I just not know about anything about the Masons? Masons above God. Do they think that? What do Freemasons believe? Encyclopedia Britannica. Freemasonry and the Catholic Church. I thought that Freemasonry has always been religious in character, though it subscribes to no particular orthodoxy. To become a Freemason, the applicant has to be an adult male and must believe in the existence of a supreme being and in the immortality of the soul. So no, they actually don't. They believe that there is a God above them. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about here. They most certainly, like, he like laughs. He's like, if you know anything about the Masons, you know, I'm like, well, I know something about the Masons, and I think the opposite is the case.
Analysis would show us that there are fewer lines for God than for man. And if you know anything about the Masons, they most certainly view themselves as being above God. Scooting up above where we just were.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Come on, please explain what you're talking about. Why is it, and the black lines represent man, the white lines represent man, and the black lines represent God? What am I...
Original writings and some later interpretation that these two lines represent two different beings.
And what am I looking at here? What is that thing he's put on screen? What is that?
Of the original writings and some later interpretation.
The original writings of what? Fuck, sorry, I should pay better attention. Above goes the eye there, the annual graft on the base of the pyramid, the irregular likes MDCCL, and underneath the following motto. But that doesn't have anything. Why is he highlighting that part? Okay, do you see? He's this is the other seal. This is the one with the pyramid. Why is he highlighting that? That doesn't have anything to do. Sorry, hang on. What the fuck was he talking about here?
Looking really closely, do you notice that there are 13 olives on that olive branch?
We got
Shifting our gaze to the middle, you will notice that there is a shield on the eagle, and this shield has on the bottom 3/4 13 separate lines. At first, that may seem to be all just the number 13, but taking it a step further, it is believed, based on some of the original writings and some later interpretation, that
that does not say anything. The thing he put on screen, I mean, maybe he just put the wrong picture up, because that doesn't say anything about black meaning man or God and white meaning man. I've never even heard that is what that means.
These two lines represent two different beings. The white lines representing man and the darker lines representing God.
You know what I think it is? I think it is that Coop's Gen Z, as I would call it, and he just can't read cursive. And he's like, that probably says that the black represents God and the white represents man. That's probably what that says. Yeah, pretty sure.
Lines represent two different beings. The white lines representing man and the darker lines representing God. If you were to look...
What the fuck? That's not... Who are you talking about, bro?
Really closely, people get this idea because each of these black lines is actually comprised of 3 separate lines meant to represent the triune God. And even further analysis would show us that there are fewer lines for God than for man. And if you know anything about the Masons, they most certainly view themselves as being above God. Scooting up above where we just were, you'll notice that there is a block of lines, and if you were to get out a magnifying glass, or if you have like those surgery goggles, there are 13 separate lines right below the eagle's head. So right there, we have another 2 references to 13 on the same shield. So either these are some very strange and hard to believe coincidence.
Yes, that makes millennials cursive Gnostics. Yeah. We can read the ancient texts.
Or something else is going on. Scooching up right above those lines, you'll notice that the eagle, his head.
Do you guys think he's ever going to mention the 13 colonies thing? Because I believe that's the official explanation. I mean, maybe it's not real. Maybe it's not real. There's so many 13s, I'm even getting skeptical. I'm like, is it the 13 colonies thing? Or maybe there is a Masonic kind of reason for this.
Head is hanging out, and in his mouth he has the phrase, E pluribus unum. We will all...
Hey, that's the fucking Jamaican motto, out of many one people.
Also get to what that means shortly. However,
I hope that Americans watching this know what their own motto is.
E pluribus unum contains 13 letters. And even further above that, I'm going to point out that there is a cluster of stars. This may have...
How many stars? You guessed it.
First, not seem very odd. Maybe it's just part of the design, right? I mean, after all, we have a triangle with an eye in it. The stars aren't that weird. But if you were to start counting, you're going to notice that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 stars. Now,
wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, yeah, there's 13. I'm sorry. Actually, there's 13, but then they form another star, a Jewish star, interestingly enough. That is the 14th star.
5, 6,
Myth busted.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 stars. Now, these 13 stars, some have speculated are meant to represent the original 13 colonies of the United States.
Is that a speculation? Okay, hang on. I thought that was what the official explanation was. Is that the $1 bill? U.S. $1 bill. There you go. United States $1 bill. Can you tell me what the meaning of this bill is? Wikipedia. 1862. Oh, okay. So interesting. Wow, they've changed it around quite a bit. Wait, where's the new one? Oh, hang on. That's nuts. I didn't know about all this. I thought they just picked one design and kept it the whole time. Oh, well, where's the other one? The reverse of the $1 bill. The one, $1, Great Seal. The reverse of the seal on the left features a barren landscape dominated by an unfinished pyramid of 13 steps topped by the Eye of Providence within a triangle. At the base of the pyramid are the engraved Roman numerals 1776, the year of American independence from Britain. At the top, Annuit Coeptis, meaning he favors our undertaking. Okay, religious. Yeah, it is a cult, and the cult is just Christianity. At the bottom of the seal is a semicircular banner proclaiming Novus Ordo Seclorum, meaning New Order of the Ages. That's what it was, New Order of the Ages. That is reference to the new American era. To the left of the seal, a string of 13 pearls extends toward the edge of the bill. Okay, radiant cluster of 13 stars, arranged in a 6-pointed star. The eagle's breast is covered by a heraldic shield with 13 stripes, resemble those on the American flag. As on the first U.S. flag, the stars and stripes stand for the 13 original states of the Union. Okay. And, I mean, fuck. I was hoping it would say, like, how do we know this? E pluribus bis unum annuit coeptis contain 13 letters. Left talons, 13 arrows. Right talons, all branch, 13 leaves, 13 olives. Powers of war and peace. 13 pearls, blah, 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 13, 13, 13. I mean, fuck. All right. I don't know. It just, I mean, Wikipedia just states it. It doesn't say, like, some have speculated. It's just like, yeah, that represents the 13 original states. I got to imagine at some point somebody in the fucking U.S. Mint or whatever was like, yeah, no, it's the 13 states of the original Union. That makes sense. 6-point star. 6-point star. Right. Yeah, no, listen, I didn't mean anything by it. I was more making fun of imagining what Coop would think about that.
When you compare that to all the other 13s on this piece of paper, that does sound like a convenient answer. The other thing I would like to point out...
Well, what does he think about the fucking 50 stars on the flag and the however many stripes?
About this set of stars specifically is that you might notice it's in a certain pattern. And I'm going to say this in the most...
I knew he was going there.
...veiled way possible. That pattern looks very similar to something that's on a flag that exists today. And I find it rather ironic.
Yeah, the U.S. flag right up in the corner. I gotcha. I'm picking up what you're laying down. I think this might be connected to the U.S. government.
That very star is resting above the eagle, which represents America in this case.
Oh my God. Fucking
therefore,
midwit idiot.
I might suggest that the problems of today, they've existed for a very long time. On this same seal.
Okay, so what he's saying is that in the fucking, what was it, 19th century when this was designed, they were trying to say that Jews control the world. And Israel as a state didn't exist at the time, but they were still running things. The elders of Zion. That is what he was saying. Yes, George Washington was secretly Jewish. Yeah, we're getting truth pilled by Coop. Taking the Coop pill. Oh boy. Okay, cool. Very chill way of saying that you're a Nazi there, Coop.
I might suggest that the problems of today, they've existed for a very long time. On
Zog pilling the
this same seal, you can also see there are another 13 berry things extending out from the eagle's side.
Crazy how fucking mainstream anti-Semitism is. Like, it's honestly like, it's actually so fucked. Like, post October 7th, fucking post, like, man, like so many people have been conflating anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism for so long. Like, what other outcome could there have been than for people to be like, oh, being anti-Semitic is, or being anti-Zionist is anti-Semitic? Oh, okay, then I guess I must be anti-Semitic. I think that is kind of the path that people were forced to take by the genocidal Israeli government and their like disgusting fucking publicity stunts that they pull about how, you know, this PR campaign. But it truly is upsetting how like these fucking very extreme right-wing fascist like neo-Nazi beliefs are just being casually like spoken about in shit like this. Like this is Protocols of the Elders of Zion shit. This is like fucking Henry Ford, the global Jew or whatever his book was. This is like Hitler fucking Mein Kampf shit. Like, oh, the problems of today have been around for a long time. Go fuck yourself, Coop. Like, for the most part, like I think Coop is just kind of a funny idiot. Like I mean, I've said some mean things about him before, but I generally try to be nice to him. But like, what the fuck is this like Nick Fuentes ass, Candace Owens ass shit on here? Like, this is fucked up. This is fucked. This is your boy. This is your guy here. I find this upsetting.
And now to bring it home, we're actually going to be flipping to the other side of the dollar bill for this one. On this side, there is only a single example of the number 13 insofar as I'm aware or have seen in my research. And is actually beneath this.
I love his words though. Insofar as I'm aware. He must have read a lot at some point in his life. Some of the words he uses, I'm like, I guess he probably doesn't hang out with a lot of people, right? Like, he probably doesn't have a lot of friends in his real life because most of it, he'll be like, and of that ilk or whatever. Like he's always, he's verbose in a weird way, you know?
Transparent one on the right.
Maybe this is his office. Maybe he does read all those books.
Side of George Washington's face, and in there you're going to see the seal of the Department of the Treasury. And within that seal, there is going to be this banner towards the bottom.
Oh, you think it's ChatGPT? I mean, that I believe. That I do think this guy must use AI if he's able to shit out this many scripts in such a short time.
Bottom half of the shield, and on that shield you're going to see an arc of 13 stars, which then would suggest that there's a free.
Wait, where? Oh, right here. Okay. I mean, it's probably the fucking. Why wouldn't it be the colonies again?
Masonic element to the control of the Treasury. That'd be a rabbit hole we don't have time for. And if you've been paying attention and counting since we started this, you may have then noticed that if you were to include everything on the back of this bill, as well as the one instance of 13 on the front.
I feel like he's a Grok guy. Yeah. Grok would write that part about the Jews.
That would make for 13 instances of the number 13. Now, I promised that we would define some of the terms on here and also point out some of the other strange stuff that is not related to number 13. The first thing would be the all-seeing eye on the left half of the dollar bill's Great Seal. For a Freemason, it's meant to represent knowledge and the all-seeing eye.
So, taking the Freemason thing for granted here. Wait, what does it say here? It does... It's not the all-seeing eye, I guess. It's the eye of providence. And what is that? A symbol depicting an eye, often enclosed in a triangle, surrounded by rays of light or a halo, intended to represent providence as the eye watches over the workers of mankind. A well-known example of the eye of providence appears on the reverse of the Great Seal of the United States, which is depicted on the United States $1 bill. It also features prominently atop the original publication of France's Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizens. Now, what does it mean, though? The association of an eye with the concept of divine providence is found, and an early Masonic version of the eye. Okay, hey, maybe I'm wrong about this one. Maybe it is a Masonic thing. Found in Christianity. Late Renaissance European iconography, the eye, surrounded by a triangle, was an explicit symbol of the Christian Holy Trinity. Okay, triangle, Holy Trinity. Okay, there you go. Later painted above an image of the three faces in Patermo's 1525 Supper at Emmaus. 17th century depictions of the eye sometimes show it surrounded by clouds or sunbursts. The eye of God in a triangle is still used in church architecture and Christian art to symbolize the Trinity and God's omnipresence and divine providence. The Eye of Providence is notably featured on the following buildings of the Roman Catholic Church, Eastern Orthodoxy Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, yada, yada, yada. Freemasonry. Commonly, Eye of Providence is often associated with Freemasonry, first appearing as a part of the standard Freemason iconography in 1797. The eye representing the all-seeing eye of God serves as a reminder that humanity's thoughts and deeds are always observed by God, who's referred to in Masonry as the great architect of the universe. Yeah, I mean, they're Masons, so, you know, they would think of God as an architect. Typically, the Masonic Eye of Providence has a semicircular glory below it. Oh, wait, what's that mean? What does that mean? A semicircular glory? What? The manifestation of God's presence as perceived by humans? Why didn't you, Wikipedia, can you please give me a fucking an image of this? Okay, well, let me see this. Popular among conspiracy theorists is the claim that the Eye of Providence shown atop an unfinished pyramid on the Great Seal of the United States indicates the influence of Freemasonry. However, common Masonic use of the eye dates to 14 years after the creation of the Great Seal. Ooh, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a big problem. 1797, and I guess the Great Seal was invented in 1773? Okay. Weird. Furthermore, the only Mason among the members of the various design committees for the Great Seal was Benjamin Franklin, whose ideas for the seal were not adopted. Likewise, various Masonic organizations have explicitly denied any connection to the creation of the seal. But wait, I wanted to see, so it does say that they do fuck around with the eye, but it usually has a semicircular glory representation of God. What the fuck does that mean? Hang on. Let me look this up. Masonic Eye of Providence. Oh, is that? Wait, where's the semicircle? Where's the semicircle at? Eye of Providence. Not seeing a semicircle. I guess I sort of is one here. Eye of Providence with compass and square. Could it be something like this? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I'm confused. Why? I guess this is why they didn't put a picture of it, because it's like, I guess the Masons probably don't care that much about the eye. Oh, Darkling. Sorry. You explained? Sorry. Wait, my Darkling. It's like God's watching you, seeing you, but in a good way. Panopticon, but like make it comforting. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you cut stone. Okay, yeah. Christmas. Oh, halo. So semicircular halo or rays of light. Oh, like this. Would this count as a semicircular glory? Coop got scooped. Coop just got scooped. Cool. Very cool. Rays are a semicircle goblin. Rays equals glory equals halo equals glowing light, etc. Okay, cool. All right, thank you. I appreciate that. I gotta, you know what? Sometimes I get carried away with my shit and I just stop reading the chat. So thank you so much. Thank you for schooling me on that one. But, oh, no, that's not right. Here we go. Oh, no, that's not right either. Wait, where did Coop go? Did I close it? No. Oh, no, I didn't. Here it is. All right, anyway.
Eye of God, in the colloquial sense for them, not exactly how we would understand God. More commonly in the Freemasonic world, you'll see it referred to as something called providence. The all-seeing eye is meant to represent total knowledge, information, and in many regards, control. And for Freemasons, it's been a part of their imagery for centuries. You can trace its origin.
No, well, centuries? When was it again? Yeah, I guess it has been centuries. 1794 or something.
In Freemasonry to well before the American experiment. And one of
No, that's wrong. It was like just after. It was like 10 years after or whatever. 9 years.
13th we got into earlier was the phrase annui coeptis. Annui coeptis is a phrase that generally speaking means he favors our undertakings or providence favors our undertaking. And when spaced out and placed right above the eye, kind of leaving room for it in the phrase, it is meant to symbolize.
Is this like an older version of it or something? What am I looking at?
That eye, with all this historical significance, is what is favoring the undertaking of the American experiment. Beneath that, at the bottom of the pyramid, we have, once again, the phrase Novus Ordo Seclorum.
Okay, so my bad, you guys. I got distracted and completely forgot to record the rest of this segment. So, quickly, Novus Ordo Seclorum translates from Latin to, roughly speaking,
Kierkegaard. I'm still looking at the books on his shelf here. What are they? Kierkegaard, history... No, what is it? A something to freedom? The most loved food. Oh, okay, cookbook. Yeah, I think he's in his dad's office.
A new order of the ages, or you could also take it as a new world order. And
yeah, you could also take it as a new world order. Yeah, It probably was that. John Birch Society shit.
I don't think I need to tell anyone here why that would be such an odd thing for a bunch of Freemasons to write on our currency. All right.
Man, this guy's old school. You don't hear conspiracy theorists talking about Freemasons anymore. That's cool.
Back to the rest of the video.
Finally, to end out the Latin test, we have the phrase e pluribus unum, which means, roughly speaking, once again, out of many, one. Whatever that really means is up to you. Some people have interpreted that as coming from Europe or out of the many ages of people trying to build a nation like America. We have this one. You could go down a whole list of possibilities. Now, we've been looking into the $1 bill for a while now. If you were to look into it more, you might find a couple new things, but that's about all we have time for today. So now I think it's time we introduce the $1 bill's friend, the $5 bill. Now that I have this unfolded, it's important to
the $1 bill's friend.
Recognize that there was an incident that occurred the day after September the 10th of 2001. If we are talking about this.
Why is it, you're allowed to say September 11th, Coop. This is, like, even on, like, the most censored platform, like TikTok, you're allowed to talk about September 11th.
Same thing, it may have even perhaps involved a couple of towers and maybe even a plane or two. Keep that in mind as I, for no apparent reason, show you how to fold this $5 bill into
This is a much better way to pill people, honestly.
an airplane. You're going to take this side of the bill with the building on it and you're going to face it towards yourself. You're going to fold it in half long ways. And then with the bottom half of the bill.
I remember this blowing my mind when I was a kid. And I'm not even American. I didn't have one of these lying around. But whenever I got one, I got like a $5 American bill. I was like, oh, now I got to try the folding this into the fucking, oh my God. I know about all these
building
secrets.
looking at your face, with actually Abraham Lincoln from the memorial looking at your face. You're going to fold one of them into a wing, like so. Then you're going to fold the other one into another wing the other way. And then you're going to flip it around and you're going to look at it and you're going to go, huh, that kind of looks like a building just sitting out there in the skyline on maybe a cloudy day. Now you might have noticed that.
Oh, I like Parenti. Did I ever say I didn't like Parenti? Goblin Story asked, why don't you like Parenti? No, I like Parenti. I mean, like, I'm more of a Chomsky guy, but it's a weird time to say that now. We lost two legends in the span of a couple months. But no, yeah, I like Parenti. I like Parenti fine. I mean, I'm not like a authoritarian guy or anything. I think Parenti's a little bit more on that end of the spectrum than me, but I think he's an amazing speaker, great writer. I think he's, Black Shirts and Reds, very good. The way he talks about imperialism is extremely accessible. The Yellow Parenti lectures, something that I got a lot out of as a younger leftist. I got nothing against Parenti at all. Don't agree with him on everything, but obviously was a very, very smart guy. Good at what he did.
After folding it, there's an image on the front which might look.
Another thing is, well, I'll let him talk.
Somewhat similar to the events that happened 2 days after September the 9th of 2001, or more specifically, just prior to the events of that day. So this time, I want you to take your $10 bill, and I want you to have this side, the building side, facing you. Now, after you folded it, you want the statue in the building looking at you, and then you're going to, like last time, fold it in so it almost looks like a wing on one side, and then do the exact same thing on the other side. And then you're gonna get an image that looks somewhat like this. If I were to turn this around at myself and look at it, I might go, huh, that kind of looks similar to the building before, except for this time, it looks like there's almost smoke coming out of the top of it and flames. Now, I have no idea what that could mean, but I wonder if that will continue as we fold bills. And so this time I'm gonna take out the $20 bill, and it's gonna be the exact same fold as previously. You're going to take it so the building side is looking at you. You're going to fold it so the bottom half of the building is looking at you. You're going to fold it one side into somewhat of a wing, the other one into somewhat of a wing, and then you're gonna have this image. And now, if you were more circumspect, you might notice that that looks like a place where global trade may have once occurred. And it would appear that the building that was on the 5 completely intact, on the 10 had some flames coming out of it and smoke, is now dramatically reduced in size,
Looks
almost
more
like a controlled demolition, and has smoke and flames coming out of it still. Again, resembling a series of events that may have occurred.
Whoa, that's intense, Darkling. So I lived within an hour of the towers. One of my teachers walked out of class because her husband worked there. Oh my God, that's so intense. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I remember where I was 9/11. I was in 7th grade and 7th or 8th. Anyway, I was in my classroom and one of my teacher was teaching, and then another teacher walked in and was like, "Oh, I need to announce everything to something to everyone. There has been an attack on New York. You know, I was living in a small town, Canada, whatever, and it was still like, oh God, that's crazy. And I remember like we just had like the rest of the period kind of off, and then we were just sort of like all talking amongst ourselves about what we thought it meant. And then all day, I think it, yeah. Anyway, yeah, we were just like, when I went home, my parents were talking about it. I think we went to pick up somebody from somewhere, and the people, must have been my sister or something, maybe from her friend's house, and everybody was talking about it. Yeah, that was a big moment, 9/11. But I was not even close to the action, so I can't imagine what it would have been like to actually be in New York on that day. That would have, yeah, I mean, there's no way to describe it, probably, I imagine.
About 3 days.
CIA got Mad Magazine crew to design the $5 bill. Yeah. Yeah. It's a Nick Mullen bit about that. Maybe I'll find that after this.
Is after September the 8th of 2001. Now, if you were to flip that $20 bill over, you may notice that there's an image on the reverse side.
Pentagon.
This time as well. And what's interesting about this image is if you were to look up what happened 4 days after September the 7th of 2001, there are images online that bear an uncanny resemblance of what happened to a 5-sided building that happened to contain the information on missing trillions of dollars inside of it. Keeping this 20 in mind, I want to go now to the $50 bill. I think at this point you probably understand how to fold them. If not, feel free to watch through the other ones, the same process. And I'm going to hold this up for you, and it would now appear to show where once buildings were, nothing but a little nub.
Oh, and this one? Nothing.
Stands at the bottom with some smoke present and just ruins. And it's so funny to me to think that the designs for these bills came out well before the events that took place 5 days after September.
Yeah, like 200 years before.
September the 6th of 2001. And now we're gonna end with the 100. I've unfolded this one so you guys can see I'm choosing an older bill. I did test it with a newer bill and you can still see the design. It's just slightly different because there's a partial redesign that happened. Folding it the same way we have before. Now looking at this bill, you're going to notice that there is no longer what we believed on the other images to be a building there. So we can presume that whatever building was there is no longer there. And if you are familiar with the events that took place 6 days after September the 5th of 2001, that might seem—
What the fuck is that supposed to be, a shrub?
A little familiar to you. My bad. Now that we've gone—
Wait, what? What are you even talking about, man?
September the 5th of 2001, that might seem a little familiar to you. My bad. Now that we've gone through all the denominations, at least the popular ones, and we've seen that there is a bizarre sort of correlation to events that occurred 7 days after.
I'm 36. 38? Really? I look 38 to you. I stayed home from school in 9/11, had Legos and OJ. We didn't have cable, and all the channels were showing the same thing, so I gamed all day. Oh, Eggo waffles, you mean? Not Lego waffles. Unless was that like a knockoff brand? Did you get like fake, whatever? September 7 plus 4, yeah.
After September the 4th of 2001, I think it's fair to assume that whoever was behind all these events, and maybe even the creation of these bills, may have had some prior knowledge of events to come. Or this is all just a coincidence. So that's pretty much all I have for you guys today. And this video is different than what I—
Yeah, okay, so he didn't even mention that there's so many things he didn't mention about the frickin' bills. All right, first of all, when you fold them, look what's on the— look at the words. United and American. What were the two airlines involved in 9/11? That's right, United Airlines and American Airlines. Coincidence? No, it's an evil plot by Masonic Jews who founded America and designed these bills in 1794 or whatever it was, or 73. Obviously, just joking. I don't actually think that, but yeah, no, I mean, he missed a lot of shit, right? Oh, he didn't even talk about the owl. There's an owl on the, what is it, the 20? Hidden owl. American bill. I forget which one. Oh, I put hidden own. No, I need hidden owl. Where's the owl at? There he is. He's on the 1. And you see him there, right? Look at that little guy. Look at that. Obviously, this is because the bills were designed by Drake. And if you really zoom in on the eyes, it's weed. I don't know what this one's supposed to be. Where is? Come on, somebody give me a close up on that owl. I still can barely see it. That's the owl. That's supposed to be an owl. How is that an owl? No, that's not the owl. Where's the owl at? There's oh, look. If you fold a bill into an origami owl, it kind of resembles an owl. What do you think that means? Could that be Moloch? Okay, this one's kind of big. You know what? That does look like an owl. Yep, that's an owl. Case closed. We got it, folks. We got him. It's an owl. Moloch detected. Alex Jones actually points this out in his Bohemian Grove documentary. The hidden owl, an enigma of the dollar bill. Is it an enigma? I honestly think it's probably just a scribble, but what am I looking at here? Filled with symbolism. The owl is often associated with wisdom and vigilance. Whoa, cool. Yeah, don't trust anyone over 40. Yeah. That after you're anyone over 40 is not punk. Oh, the Court of Owls are in control. Oh, yeah. Man, I remember reading the Court of Owls. What's it called? The new 52 or whatever version where it's like you flip the book upside down and shit. Oh, so good. Such a good comic. It's like reading House of Leaves, but Batman's in it. Anyway, gang, let's just finish this video. Did I finish it? No, I scrambled it back a little bit, right?
September the 4th of 2000. Let me know what you think, and if you learned anything, or if I missed something. And make sure to, above all, let me know what your favorite intro conspiracies are, and share this with someone you know who is an NPC still. All in all, thank you guys so much for watching. It really means the world to me, and I can't wait to see each and every one of you in the next one.
Really into the background music. Yum yum. Hell yeah. Okay, Coop. All right, Coop. If you say so. Honestly, not a terrible video. I really hated the thing about the Jewish star, but yeah, it's all good. The quickest way to get engagement on the internet is to ask a stupid question. Oh yeah, obviously. Have you seen my channel? Have you seen this channel? All of these freaking questions are like that. Alex Jones, paid oil lobby shill? Who is Sasha Riley? All of my things are stupid questions. Is this? Wait, no. This is we'll go with my videos. These are the real ones. Kitty history, exactly like ours? Scooper of Coop? I made a question for some reason. Wow, I made a lot of these thumbnails. Crazy. Did you guys know that? I didn't realize that there's so much. Jeez. Wow, there's so many more videos on this channel than my other one. Whoa, now I'm just getting lost in the joy of the scroll over here. Anyway. Did PDF file unalive himself? Anyway. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. What do we think about Coop, guys? I mean, am I being too hard on him? Generally, like, in all cases, anti-Semitism and, like, Nazi shit pisses me off. But I especially hate it when it's, like, cutesy. Like, I don't, like, it's annoying, the cutesy conspiracy shit, like, when people say, like, whatever, like, PDF file or whatever, when they're talking about serious things, even though I did in that one video title, but I like that bugs me. I don't like that. But I especially fucking hate the cutesy like algo speak around you're just being like a fucking Nazi. You know, you're being fascist. And I don't think that's what's in Coop's heart. I kind of like Coop as much as I make fun of him. I enjoy watching his content. Like, I won't lie. I find his videos are extremely watchable, and I like it. And while I find plenty to point out about them that I don't like, he makes good shit that I like. But like, I don't know. Shit like that does piss me off. And I don't want the entire conspiracy world and people who dig into shit like this to be captured by the fucking Nick Fuentes set. You know? Like, yeah. Have you seen his video on Zorro? I don't think it's his pill. It's his other, if I remember. Other videos. Okay, yeah, I'll watch that. I mean, a lot of his Epstein stuff. I mean, even that one I watched about Nadia Marchenkova, the dude had dug up shit that I hadn't even seen before. So I was a little bit impressed by parts of that video. Parts of it I was not impressed at all by. But yeah, Zorro Ranch is a one of Epstein's properties. Anyway, guys, I don't know. Yeah. He is, yeah. Which makes him morally better than more intelligent anti-Semites. Yeah, like, I don't necessarily think he's smart enough to be a fascist, like, to somebody who actually believes in fascist ideology. Like, you kind of have to, like, there is a level of intelligence and reading you have to do in order to be like, no, this is what the goal is, and this is how we're going to get there. I think he's just like regurgitating what he's heard, like Nick Fuentes say or something. But yeah, big dumb golden retriever, but he's worryingly maybe got a little bit of a fucking, what's like a Nazi dog? Rottweiler? What's a Nazi dog? Schnauzer? I forget. I can't watch the guy eat a bug. That's why I use the analogy so much. Wait, what? Oh, right. The guy in like school who ate a bug for attention, you mean? He's done none of the reading. Yeah, he did some of the reading. Some stuff he does seem to know. But I don't know. Yeah, third hand from internet forums. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I do. He German Shepherd, of course. Yes, that's what I meant. Yeah. What was the other one? Golden Retriever. Yeah. Yeah, he's like an Aryan Retriever, you know? Golden-haired, blue-eyed Retriever. German Shepherd, in other words. Gang, we've had a lot of fun here today, watching me do that meticulously prepared thing about Alex Jones carbon taxes, watching me struggle to find other things to talk about, watching me talk about Coop for a while. But I think we can all agree that this has been one of the streams that I've done. Blondie, right. Great clips incoming. Okay, sure. I'm excited for those. Leon Berders. Well, thanks for watching, everybody. My Darkling, good to have you. Stubins, good as always to have you. Finland, thanks for showing up. Everybody else, I say adieu. Adieu to you and you. I urge you to go down the propaganda do rabbit hole. Oh, yeah. What's that again? I'll look that up. Propaganda do. Okay, it's on my list. That sounds cool. Okay, it's Mason's shit, eh? Okay, cool, yeah. We could get into that stuff. Tied into Gladio? Oh, okay. I'm into. Good stream. Yeah, where's Jerry at? Where's Mr. Goodstream? Hey, Jerry. Okay, I can't find him. Gang, I've been trying to leave, and now I will.